everybody. Hey, how we doing? How's it going? It's a very calm, very relaxed stream day, you know? Well, welcome to the Sunday relaxing stream. Grab a stool, grab a seat, grab yourself a booth, anything you need to get comfy. Get yourselves comfy. What's good, man? New day, new stream day. I readjusted the schedule. I'm figuring stuff out. The Dawn of War 2 video is done, so good times ahead, I guess. And then tomorrow I start work on another project, another really fun project, which the first part of that project will be out this coming Friday. And I'm very excited for all of you to see it because I worked very hard on it. And then after that, it'll be my Dawn of War 2 video. So, pleasant surprises all around. Nice. Yeah. Very nice. Very excited. And I've also been very productive in other ways. I've been getting back to normal, essentially, is what I've been doing. Just getting myself, like, back into a routine that actually fucking works. Happy Sunday time zones. Yeah! And if we go late enough, we might even stream some Repo with Viara VT. So there's that. Very excited. Very, very good times ahead, you know? But how are all of you? What's going on with you guys and gals and everybody else? Yeah, plus it's pretty early for me. It's 15:30. That's 3:30. Sorry, military time like that is just like I gotta like readjust my brain, right? I'm doing just fine. Been playing Fable 2 all day. Nice. I replayed Minecraft Dungeons. Ooh. I've never played Minecraft Dungeons before. Yeah, it's a pretty fun single-player RPG, oldie but a goodie. That's good at least. That's good at least. I'm playing Repo mainly today with a small bit of Total War and Phasmophobia. Nice. I just got myself some more N64 and PS1 games for your guys' enjoyment. Legally procured, of course. I would never defy the word and rule of our mechanical overlords. Hey boss, what is your ship? You look like the most... What is your ship you like the most in 40k? For me, it's the Lunar class cruiser. Oh shit. Ooh. What's Repo about? Repo doesn't have a story. Well, it does, but you basically you work for a repossession guy because you are a repo person, and you go into different facilities, different houses of dubious safety, and you take stuff, you repossess stuff for the repo man. Hello. Pretty much Lethal Company. Yeah, it's pretty much Lethal Company, but instead of like you're going into facilities and cleaning it up, essentially, or like trying to find profit where profit is not. You're going in and basically, this is mine, this is mine. You have to meet certain criteria, certain goals, and then you can leave. Genuinely a fun game. I want to play it more, but I want to play it with people. I want to use it for stream. I want to play it with my friends. I want to play it with my roommate and my brother, you know, that kind of thing. But as to the question about my favorite 40k ship, what was the... Where is it? What class was the Vengeful Spirit again? Shit. I gotta look it up. There we go. Gloriana. I like the Vengeful Spirit. I'm sorry. I like Horus's capital ship, which is now Abaddon's capital ship. I just like the Vengeful Spirit. It looks cool to me. It's a Gloriana, and genuinely, I like how it looks. There would be like, I thought you would like the McCragg's Honor or something like that because you're an Ultramarine. Nah, I don't like when you put like a fucking eagle's head on the end of it, you know? I don't like that. I like that it looks like a battering ram, that it's a ship that looks designed to fuck you up kind of a thing. It's there to make you not feel good, you know? I like the Invincible reason too. Fair. Ooh, and Speed's new video is up. That's cool. I'm going to start reading Flight of the Eisenstein tomorrow. After that, which book should I read next? I'm tempted to read first Heretic, Thousand Suns, Fulgrim, or Descent of Angels, so I could read more of the Night Lord since it leads to the Prince of Crows. Yeah, after Flight of Eisenstein, you can pretty much go anywhere you want. I do recommend Fulgrim, but if you're a squeamish kind of person, don't read it, because it's fucked. It is a very fucked book. This is one of the few times I won't recommend a 40k book. Do not read a lot of the Dark Angels books. They are... they're not good. they're very boring a lot of the time, and like it constantly jumps between like what's going on with Lionel and what's going on with Luther, kind of a thing, because like they have to set up Caliban, right? They have to set up the Fallen, but it's not done in a way that's good. And Descent of Angels doesn't end where you think it would. It's basically like the origin story of one of the characters, and essentially like Luther. It has very little to do with like what's going on in the Horus Heresy. The next book after that is like the next Dark Angels book after that is more directly tied to the Horus Heresy, because like it's the Dark Angels responding to Rogol Dorn's order of Retribution Fleet, head to the Istavan system, arrest Fulgrim, Angron, Mortarion, and Horus for their crimes, and eliminate their legions. And that's what that book is like Lionel Johnson is going to deny the traitors resources, kind of a thing. With a very hilarious ending. And I'm not squeamish at all. Oh, then you'll love it. You'll be very fine with it. It's a very good book, and it goes into Slaaneshi corruption in a very good way. That shows that it's not sex. It's not just sex. Pleasure is not just a feeling derived from sex. It is a feeling of, it's a good feeling. It's a feeling that makes you good. It sends a positive feeling through your body, even though your actions themselves are not good. Because it's meant to be, you are feeding into your own want and pleasure. And to Marines that don't understand what that is outside of murder, what is that to them? How does it help them kill better? How does it make them more superior, kind of a thing? And to other people, pleasure might not even just be sex. It might just be like, I've created this masterful art piece that will never be equal to, or or another feeling of just like, I have created perfection and nothing will ever be better than this. And it's that constant drive, that constant need to make something better, regardless of who you have to hurt to get it. That's the insidious nature of Slaaneshi corruption. Lion and Curse be like, Lion, came back here, you little shit. Curse, make me, cheap ass. They're... The relationship between Lionel and Conrad Kurz is a very good mirroring of both of them about how they came up and how they came to be. And like this is like the dichotomy of the Dark Angels and the Night Lords that is actually... I wish they explored it more. I wish they did. Because when you compare the Night Lords and the Dark Angels, Conrad Kurz and Lionel Johnson share sort of the same backstory a little bit. They were orphaned, and they had no one to rely upon. Like, Lionel Johnson refuses to talk about the years where he was a wild man on Caliban, when he was not a part of society, when he was in the forests of Caliban, killing the beasts and fighting for like every fucking inch. And unlike Conrad, Lionel Johnson was lucky to get that human connection. He was lucky to have someone find him and not immediately want to kill him. And Lionel Johnson was very lucky to be brought into an order of knights that treated him like a brother, but he had already developed enough to form his own personality, to form his own viewpoint on the world. Him and Conrad are both absolutists during the Horus Heresy, during that time. The difference is that Lionel Johnson does it because loyalty is its own reward, and he is just dogmatically following what he deems to be right. I.e., if you get in his way, he's going to obliterate you because this thing that is causing a threat needs to be exterminated, even though there is nuance to what he's attacking. There is nuance to the conversation. Lionel Johnson and Conrad Kurz do not understand nuance. They do not understand that things can exist to do multiple things. The problem is that Lionel Johnson always had that reassuring Jiminy Cricket on his shoulder that did understand that nuance, that could talk to him about that nuance and explain it to him until he threw Luther away. But after throwing Luther away, throwing away that trusted companion, Lionel Johnson went through the stages of grief because he just lost his most trusted advisor, friend, father figure, and brother. Whereas Conrad Kurz never had that. He never had anyone who was like that. And where the entirety of the Dark Angels books is slowly Lionel Johnson going through his grief of being betrayed by Luther in a way that negatively impacted him, he comes to self-reflect and start looking inward on himself, going like, was I correct in that mindset that I had? And he learns very late into the heresy that he's done irreparable damage to not only the Imperium of Man, but to his legion, to his sons, to these warriors that looked to him for guidance, who looked to him as a father figure. And he genuinely came to regret that. He came to feel like he fucked up really badly, which is really good. And compare that with Conrad Kurz, who never self-reflected, who never looked in on himself and like asked if what he was doing was wrong. He fully believes what he was doing was right. He believed that no one outside of God could literally judge him for what he had to do. But he didn't have that structure. He didn't have that that guiding hand to help him in his developmental years. He was literally cannibalizing people to learn how to speak. He was stalking the criminals that he hunted and learned their habits, learned their speech patterns, learned their words, their way of thinking and everything, just so he could dole out some fucked up form of justice. He didn't have that structure. And Lionel Johnson didn't have that structure either until way later in his developmental years, which is why he was so focused and hardened in one direction until his worldview was shattered without him even like... One sec. It comes down to like Lionel Johnson eventually had a structure. He had something where it could be relied upon to give at least somewhat helpful advice. Whereas Conrad Kurz, he didn't have that. But the thing about both of them is that both their respective legions at the time came to hate them, or at least distrust them. Or like question them. For Lionel Johnson, it was the slow degradation of like him just kind of doing whatever he wanted, ignoring his officers basically, because like his officers would give advice and he'd be like, nah, we're doing it this way, even though his officers were like, Even though his officers were just like, sir, we can't do that. Also, Curse had the whole vision aspect like Sanguinius. Exactly. Like, there are circumstances that make them very different, but they are similar in a lot of ways. And the difference comes down to Conrad accepted the outcomes that happened because he believed fate could not be changed. Which in 40k technically is correct. You cannot change fate. If you try, fate's just gonna fuck you in the ass. He accepts that he can't change it. Whereas Lionel Johnson, he would try to change it. He would actively go out of his way to try. It's why he mocked Conrad for being conceited. It's why he found him so frustrating. Even though Lionel Johnson was just as incapable of change at the time. He was inflexible in his way of thinking. It's why in Angels of Caliban, the book that I love the moment, where Gulliman tells him, okay, we know where Conrad is, we know where he is, we know what he's doing, you are not allowed to nuke the mountain. You can take my legion, you can take your legion, go to the mountain, spare the people up there, and just bring back Conrad. Now, Lionel Johnson is correct when he tells Gulliman, you know that those people are anti-you. They do not give a shit. They are harboring a terrorist. They are harboring a murderer because he actively rots away your authority. He actively hinders you. You need to stop babying this and deal with them outright. But Gulliman is looking at it more pragmatically. He's looking at it politically. He's looking at the fallout of the situation. He's not looking at immediate solutions. He's looking at problems that solution will cause. Which it does cause problems for the people of Macragge. But Lionel Johnson doesn't care. He sees an immediate problem that needs to be dealt with. Just like how Conrad saw an immediate problem that needed to be dealt with. Doesn't matter if you stole bread or whatever the reason was you stole bread. You stole bread, I am here to solve that problem by murdering you. The same with Lionel Johnson. I see Conrad as a problem, and I'm going to nuke the mountain, because it will flush him out, which will make it easier for me to capture and or murder him. Which he does end up capturing Conrad, and remember what happens. Gulliman gets fucking pissed at him because he told him, you can't just nuke places on Macragge. You can't just do that, asshole. Because now, the people that I want to talk to are not going to talk to me. Now, the people that I wanted to give safe passage in those northern mountains aren't gonna fucking have that. Maybe the Rangdan marked the lion? In what way do you mean? But, with that time to self-reflect, Lionel Johnson came to understand, yeah, no, I fucked up. I really fucked up. Now, does that mean he stops being an absolutist? No. But he starts thinking more critically. He starts thinking more, he starts thinking of the consequences that his actions can have. And when it comes to, like, the moment where the Blood Angels are trying to escape the Ruin Storm, it's Lionel Johnson who has to convince Gulliman, no, we have to let them go. We have to let them do this. Because if we don't, that's one less defender for Terra. We can figure out a way through. We are bigger than the Blood Angels, but the Blood Angels are small enough to get through. They can do it. It's still the absolute mindset, but it's now having nuance to the conversation. Sanguinius predicts that he can do it. He trusts that Sanguinius can do it. So he lets him go. I find it funny that Conrad is kind of used to show that 3 different Primarchs could have become the Lion, Curze, and Sanguinius. Oh yeah, easily. It's arguably the role the Dark Angels play a part of the Legions. Despite the role the Wolves claim is theirs, as the Angels are in reality the Legion designed to deal with another Legion should they get out of hand. It's why the Angels have the arsenal they do. Yes! It's why Lionel Johnson found Leman Russ so fucking frustrating. Because Leman would just scream from the top of the hills and brag. Whereas Lionel Johnson does. That fight between him and Leman Russ wasn't just like Leman like slugging Lionel Johnson in the face because like, oh, you took my kill, asshole. It was Lionel going, you're a braggart who wastes fucking time. You waste time and resources because you are a prideful little bitch. And I'm gonna do the job that you should be doing. Instead of saying you're going to do it, just fucking do it. Not realizing that that's how the culture that raised Leman Russ did things. Hey, Steven. We don't know a lot about the Rangdens, but what I know is it was horrible, and I think they touched Johnson like his life in the forest. Okay, so I know a little bit more about the Rangden Xenocides than a lot of people, because, like, trying to research and study it is painful, because it's one of those things where it's like, that dark part of 40K's history, well, Warhammer's history, that's intentionally left vague. So, like, it's that mystery that'll never be answered, kind of a thing. But, what we do know is that the Rangdan were... They were such a horrific threat to the Imperium that, as Malkador put it, it would destroy what the Imperium was. It would shatter the belief in the Imperium and its might. That, humanity was not the destined rulers of the galaxy if something like the Rangdan existed. And just to remind everybody, the Rangdan Xenocides, this wasn't like a situation where Imperial fleet goes in, they get their shit kicked in, but they still win. No. This was entire fleets of ships gone. Titan legions. Not like the one Warhound Titan you might see, or like the 3 Titans you see fighting together. No, we're talking whole battalions of these things. Marching to war, gone. We're talking the Legion Astartes, these soldiers that at the time had no equal, but clearly a superior in the Custodes. They had no equal on the battlefield. Gone. Dead. Just wiped out to a man. Just meeting these things in open combat. We don't know how what kind of horrific losses the Imperium inflicted upon the Rangda. We just know that eventually the Imperium succeeded. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. And the Dark Angels went from the most numerous of the legions down to about half its normal size, allowing the Word Bearers, the Imperial Fists, the Ultramarines, to rise up and become the new big legions, essentially. It was that bad. It was that fucking horrible. And did it shape Lionel Johnson? We don't know. We know that he was present for it, but Lionel Johnson, again, was at that point in his life where he was an absolutist. It wouldn't have affected him. I wonder if Big E got involved in the Rangdan. He probably was active. He was actively leading it. Like, he was still leading the crusade, because the Rangdan Xenocides were before Ullanor. They happened before, like, I think it happened even before, like, 800s M30. Much of... Order Primarchs were found. Primarch. Yeah, this was even before the, like, Conrad was found, kind of a thing. But, hello. But yeah, the Emperor would have been leading at this time, and again, you gotta remember that this was so bad that the Dark Angels had to essentially, like, bow out of the Great Crusade for a bit to recover. No one thought that would be possible. Imperial High Command thought it impossible, the Legions found it impossible, and it's why there's this really fucked up view of the Astartes that they are invincible, that they can't be stopped. Even though, like, a few of the other legions are like, oh no, we can be. It's only just cemented my fear of the Xenos even more. Because, like, this shit is horrific. Maybe it's the reason why the Lion became so paranoid. No, the Lion was paranoid before that. The Lion was paranoid before that. He was paranoid because, as he described it in Lion, Son of the Forest, Caliban's forests were a place where reality and truth did not mean the same thing. That the forest was... The denizens of the forest were wolves in sheep's clothing. That you needed to be careful where you stepped and what you did. He's paranoid because of that. And if he is corruptible, who can he trust? And his arc through the Horus Heresy is sort of breaking that mindset. And not necessarily saying he's wrong, but redirect it. Like, think it more, like, don't be absolute. Think it more clearly. Think about it and logically come to conclusions. Don't jump to the extreme solution. And we're talking about the Dark Angels, the most powerful Legion of Astartes at the time, maybe in all the Imperium's history, with the most powerful weapons and Doubt Tech and Iron Men. Yeah, they were... The First Legion got a lot of privileges, a lot of them, and it's extremely fucked up that the Rangda was able to, like, bring them nearly to heel. He went through the ringer during the heresy. Everyone went through the ringer during the heresy. Everyone. Not just the Dark Angels.
They also sort of... Sorry, hi, Boswell.
Hi!
They also sort of have the problem that... I can't remember who was talking about this. Was talking about writing one of the Dark Angels books, which is, their important heresy thing happens afterwards.
Yeah. The defining thing of the Dark Angels doesn't happen till, like, right the fuck after. And we, aside from, like, how the Dark Angels saw it, we don't get another perspective on the fall of Caliban. We don't. We get the Dark Angels' view. We get Lionel Johnson's view. We don't get Luther's. We don't get any of the Fallen. And even if we do get a Fallen's viewpoint of it, who is he talking to every time we get that? He's talking to a Dark Angel who's been fed a very controlled narrative. Now, does that mean the Fallen were the secret loyalists all along? No. Read the fucking Horus Heresy. They were not loyal to the Imperium. They were loyal to Caliban, at best. Oh, someone kill that fucking bot. I'll do it. I got it. Fuck you, bot.
Which, as we now know, Caliban was a living chaos planet, basically.
Yep.
And currently is a spaceship for a techno demon. I mean, it could be worse. The Dark Angels could be from the world, could be from Plane's world and all have two names: one that they use when dealing with the rest of the Imperium, and one that they use on their original home planet that isn't at all somewhat racist references to the First Nations. You know.
There we go. Got it. Yeah, it's rough, basically, but this is something that I want everyone to remember, is that when you are reading a lot of these 40k books, you are reading it from the perspective of the people telling the story. You are seeing it from their perspective, and you got to remember that these are highly biased, highly controlled narratives. When the Ultramarines say that the World Eaters are unimaginative, unremarkable savages, that is coming from a very doctrined mindset that views their way of warfare as barbaric. Whereas when you actually read World Eater stuff and get to know them, that's highly inaccurate. But it doesn't make how the World Eaters respond to that any better, because they see the Ultramarines as a bunch of sheep that don't think for themselves, that need to be taught what a real warrior is, even though the Ultramarines would never describe themselves as pure warriors. They're diplomats, they're politicians, they're statesmen, they're crafters, they're warriors. They have more words for themselves. They have more ways of viewing themselves.
Then you dig a little bit deeper, and they're also the chapter that births things like the Mortifactors.
My favorite subchapter now. They can be just as superstitious and weird. You just need to look a little bit past the blue and gold. Granted, like, there is other things in 40k that I would love for them to explore a bit more, because I'm also getting kind of tired of Legion stuff and Space Marine stuff. I want to focus more on, like, the Xenos races, the Forces of Chaos, and not just, like, Chaos Space Marines. I want to focus on, like, the Heretics, the people, the Cultists, the people that, like, the Renegade Guardsmen kind of a thing. I want to focus on those too, because I'm also getting tired of, like, the Loyalist Imperial Guard, even though, like, that's, like, the most human we're gonna get out of all the characters.
I would genuinely love, like, at this point, I mean, just from, like, a rules perspective, like, give me a like Grotma's detachment equivalent, which is basically like Traitor Guard, so you can take, like, CSM with them. You know?
Yeah. Like, Traitor Guard and Chaos Space Marines working together.
Yeah.
And have, like, rules where, like, the Imperial Guard are spotting for them, or the Chaos Space Marines grab onto the soldiers in front of them, and that unit takes the damage instead of them, or something like that.
Yeah, or even just, like, I mean, you can kind of do this in CSM list, but, like, more so of, like, being able to put, like, you know, Chaos Space Marine overseers into guard regiments and stuff like that.
Yeah, like the Astral Claws fucking, what's it called again?
Tyrant's Legion.
Yeah, Tyrant's Legion. That was cool. Hey, Receptor. Well, I say cool, but like, I mean, like, interesting.
I mean, terrible in like a.
Yeah, no, fucking god-awful. Terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, for those that don't know, the Astral Claws during the Bad Dab War, they created the Tyrant's Legion, which was essentially their form of the Imperial Guard, where they had chapter Marines from the Astral Claws embedded within those forces as disciplinary officers that would spur them forward, kind of a thing.
They sort of pre-exist. They sort of predated the Bad Dab War entirely. Actually, they were basically what Lufturon brought in as a form of planetary defense force to allow the Astral Claws and the other Bad Dab chapters to go off and try to pacify the Maelstrom.
Yeah.
And it was one of the reasons that the Imperium found to like lay a criminal charge against Lufturon, because they said he was Legion building.
Which he was.
I mean, yes, he was. He absolutely was. The thing is that when you read the Bad Dab War books, his argument isn't wrong.
It's not. It's the...
And the example he cites is the Ultramarines. And he cites Ultramar as an example of why the Imperium does actually allow what he's doing. And the Imperium just turns and goes, nah.
Yeah, it's... That's why I like the Bad Dab War, because it breaks down what Space Marines are at the end of the day. And I like that a lot, because it's the Imperium fucking itself over and making its own problem. Because Lufturon was given a job, and he's trying to do that job in the best way that he can with the resources that he's allowed. And he's like, I literally can't do this job unless X criteria is met. So I'm going to do that. But then the Imperium goes, you can't. Why the fuck not?
Well, we need the money. This other place needs the money.
But then he argues, like, but then that place won't have money if they're dead. And they're just like, I don't care.
No.
We have this really fat guy who made a really funny argument, they say. And it's just like, yeah, you're fucking kidding me.
It's actually even not made clear in... Because it's the neighboring sector is called the Cathargo sector. And they're the ones who need the Bad Dab Tithe to manufacture their own tithe to send to the Imperium.
Yep.
It's actually not clear whether they actually need the Bad Dab Tithe, or whether it's a case of they need the Bad Dab Tithe so they don't have to actually do the work in order to pay off their own. Like, it's...
It was a sub, good sir, how dare you. Sorry, thank you for the sub.
It is like... It's very unclear whether it's actually just corruption.
Yeah, that's I like that about the Bad Dab War. It's that moment of like, you can tell where the Astral Claws go like full anti-imperial, but before that moment, you can't tell. Because like they're all giving very good arguments for 40k.
Oh yeah, like the Firehawks in it are like absolutely trying to start a war. Like the Imperium is absolutely like the Imperial forces that they send in, that they get, that the Cathargo Administratum get to like come in to deal with it, are absolutely like chapters with a grudge against the Astral Claws who come in looking to start a fight.
Oh yeah, like
it's like
it is heavily implied and shown that the Astral Claws and the Maelstrom Wardens, like the Maelstrom Warders, are just trying to do their fucking job, and everybody's fucking with them, and they are getting reasonably pissed off. And then when they start like doing things that look bad, the Imperium's like, oh shit, we need to send people to like go make sure they're not doing that. And since the administration is so far removed from the conflict, they don't understand that there are relationships out there that are negative amongst the Space Marines. And so when the Firehawks are the first ones to volunteer, they don't question it, they just send them in. And the Firehawks are too proud to admit when they fucked up. So what do? They lie. And embellish. Because their pride cannot come before truth. Like, their truth cannot become before their pride. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I think it's telling that, like, the Marines Errant eventually arrive in the area and are like, yeah, no, we are gonna conduct this war, like, civilly, like, the way we normally, like, we're gonna treat these, like, Space Marines and allow them to, allow forces to withdraw, and no, we're not gonna randomly, like, firebomb their gene seed ships that you want us to do.
Which then got them removed from the war effort.
Because they were too nice.
They were too nice. Because they, like, I believe the inciting incident was that the Firehawks noticed that they were letting the Lamenters just kind of, like, go on their way. And it's like, why'd you do that? Because they're on their way to go liberate a world from orcs? We're all still Imperials at the end of the day. No, they're traitors. Kill them. How about you fuck off? Such misplaced pride eventually led them to have a lot of skeletons in the caskets. I mean, closets. Space Sharks just came in for the smoke. Oh, yeah, no, I find that funny is that the chapter that causes the most damage is the one that just came in to steal shit.
Oh, I mean, a couple of them just come in to steal shit. I'm looking at you, Sons of Medusa.
I love the Sons of Medusa. I love them so much. They're so fucking funny. God damn it. They're such dickheads, but they're written in such a way that you kind of admire how fucked up they are.
Yeah, you got to love that by the end of that war, the Imperial main force are essentially a chapter, the Minotaurs, who are essentially the personal hitmen of the High Lords of Terra. The Carcharodons, who are reavers from the Outer Void who came in to steal stuff. The Sons of Medusa, who are essentially a chapter there to steal stuff. And they are led by the Red Scorpions, who are just actually Nazis. Sorry, and I forgot the Star Phantoms, who are totally not the Dark Angel. Is it Dreadwing? It's the one that does war crimes.
I think it was the
is it the Firewing or the Dreadwing? Whichever one does war crimes.
You know, I can look this up on totally legit 40k site. You know, one sec. Legion Astartes, because Dark Angels are on there. Still find that so fucking funny. It's just like the Imperium looks so fucking bad because of the Bad Dab War. Because you do not send in those groups together if you are trying to make the argument that you are the one in the right mindset.
Yeah, the Minotaurs, who would later on be then reused by GW as the chapter that gets called into Terra to get into a fight with the Custodes.
Yeah.
And the Imperialists.
Because, like, guys, the Sons of Medusa, they just stole shit blatantly, and when someone called them out on it, they're like, yeah, but we stole it from traders. What's your point?
Yep.
Why do you care? And it's just like, what do you mean? And
we totally don't follow a religion which is literally hearing signals and hearing prophecy in the clouds, essentially.
Firewing. Firewing, Firewing, Firewing. Storm of War, the Unbroken Vow, Rite of the Serpent's Bane, the Seeker's Arrow. Deathwing.
Because the thing that also people are meant to remember is about the Badab War is it's actually like, I think it's one of the earliest pieces of 40k background because it was an excuse for Space Marines to fight Space Marines.
Yes. Firewing, by the way,
the
Firewing for the Dark Angels. That's the Star Phantoms with Firewing. They're the ones that are will burn your fucking planet.
Yeah.
Honestly, surprised the Blood Ravens weren't involved in all the stealing. The Blood Ravens don't steal fuck all.
Well, they steal knowledge.
They steal knowledge, but they don't steal equipment. They don't.
No.
Like, you gotta remember that during the time of Dawn of War 2's development, where, like, all these things popped up, you gotta remember, unreliable narrator. A lot of the war gear that they say was like, oh, this was gifted to us. The chapters that they say was, like, gifted to them say, like, we have no knowledge of that weapon nor anything else around it, so unreliable narrators. And remember, the Blood Ravens have a massive genetic flaw where they have an increased amount of psychers. Do you really think the Custodes wouldn't know to go murder them if a suit of their armor mysteriously went missing? The Custodes have killed for less. They have wiped out entire military groups for less. If one of their suits of armor was taken by the Blood Ravens, it does not matter, it's on sight.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't tell me that they hit it very well, because, they didn't. They proudly displayed it. I'm more impressed with the governor who stole Terminator armor from them.
Yeah, the Blood Ravens' whole deal is that they are looking for knowledge about their origin. That's meant to be their shtick.
Yeah, and we only know one person who learned it, and he's currently a fucking dreadnought. The only person to learn their origins burnt everything related to their origins.
Well, and another person might have, but he's also probably a liar.
Yeah, Arimon. It's heavily implied in that story that he's full of shit. To a degree. Like, there is, like, some truth in what Arimon is telling the guy who's currently suffering amnesia. But, he's very much, like... There's some truth to what he's saying, like, oh no, there was a book like that. I remember that in Magnus's library. He wouldn't lie about that. But, like, he would lie about other things. Okay, but Trazyn was definitely a bad dab. Oh, most certainly he was.
Mm-hmm.
He takes interest in all the major galactic things.
I mean, that's also meant to be the thing as well. That's a thing that has changed over the years as well, is, from when it was initially written, Badab's not meant to be important. That's like, the original idea is that it's meant to just be, this is happening all the time. Constantly. Because it's a background for you to have your war games with.
Yeah, and, like, this is history to the Imperium. To every other faction in 40k, it's just, oh, the monkeys are shooting each other again. And note how I say it in such a tired and exasperated way of, oh god, the monkeys are shooting each other again. Rolls eyes. Because it happens constantly. Like, the Eldar and the Tau hear about, Vrax. They go, oh, the Imperium wasted its own time again. Rolls eyes. The Orcs hear about the Orcs hear about the war on Myanmar, and they go like, okay, there was a scrap, why should I care?
Or there was a scrap, oh, I'm sad I missed that.
Yeah, sad I missed that. Sorry. Sorry I wasn't there to add to the party. The forces of chaos. Everyone's like, oh, chaos is so predictable. Chaos will just betray itself. The forces of chaos look at the Imperium and go, all I have to do is gently poke the bear, and the bear kills its own kids. That's all I have to do. Abaddon's goal is to burn everything down, but actual Chaos Lords that are successful in their raids know that the best way to get what you want from the Imperium is to poke them in one direction, and they go fuck in that direction. Oh, who's joined us?
Speaking of chaos,
it's our boy, Brother Cambrius. I have not seen you in forever, my friend.
life has been busy because I will be emigrating and drop podding into the United States before Christmas.
Oh, that is not good.
Well, the missus lives there, so yeah, I'm going on a K1 visa to become a 90-day fiance. So I've literally just paid for the interview. Just got to book the interview now at the embassy to let me in. So yeah, I'll be dropping in either like an ODST, a Helljumper, or in a drop pod. I've yet to decide how I'm going to dress.
I would drop in as get yourself power armor. That way, ICE won't be able to detain you.
Yeah, nah. I should be okay. I mean, I've just check everything's all in order. But yes, it is good to be back. I mean, I have been out of the loop, and it's nice to actually be able to tune into a stream for once. So yes, hello, you both. How are we doing? Despite talking about how the Blood Ravens are not petty thieves, we know everyone refers to them as the Blood Corvids, as opposed, or the Blood Magpies, as opposed to the Blood Ravens.
I think I found I think I found out where that bloody magpie comment came from. It's in Dawn of War 2. Keep these thieving magpies off the last node.
Yep. Which makes sense, to be fair, depending on who's writing it, especially if it's a Brit. You know, we do have that with our magpies. They are very much master filchers of the highest order.
Also, is your profile picture a Spartan wearing scout armor?
Yes, that is actually of me. That is one of my most famous screenshots I took in Halo 4, which was used by 343 officially, because that was an accidental shot. It was on Vertigo, where I was actually trying to do a completely different shot, which is why I've got the red damage boost glow just coming off to the side. And I decided to run up to grab something, and I'd activated the map feature where you have like electrical shock, which takes down your shields. So I just happened to go through theater mode and went, oh, that's a nice shot, snap, and that became my icon and one of my most famous screenshots that 343 then officially used for a couple of things over the years. But it's strange actually. It's not using my my 40k one.
Oh, because it's my Fugi.
Ah,
you probably haven't changed your Fugi.
Yeah, because my main one would actually be my Sons of Doom. So the boys you saw, we did Space Marine 2 in the blue and bronze, which makes no sense whatsoever on why they're dressed like the way, but there is actually a lore reason behind it. But moving back to what was discussing, Chaos, and yeah, it does take just one gentle nudge for Mama Bear to eat the baby cubs. It is very easy. I mean, all you have to do is just drop someone into any random Imperial city, any random summon. You could even have it like in the most sacred of places where everybody is a devout follower of the Imperium. All you just need to do is just have one Alpha Legion operative just pop up and just go, heretic, and then disappear. Immediately, chaos ensues. Literal chaos.
Well, that's exactly what happens at Vrax, because it's just like, oh, they're building a crusade force to like go and launch a crusade, and the Inquisition goes like, they're not supposed to be doing that, and then immediately overreacts to the situation instead of having someone go down and explain it to the guy like, hey, you do not have the authority to do this. You should stop.
Emperors just kill themselves down there. Bet I just put the exterminators. All right, fire.
I mean, when you read the background of it, it's like, yeah, Mammon is 100% an Alpha Legion operative. It's like he's like the deacon who's like pulling the cardinal strings, and it's like, yeah, you're 100% like a.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I mean, I've actually got the book to read.
To be fair, we know that now. Like that was that, but to be fair, that wasn't actually how the Alpha Legion were written at the time. So yeah, maybe not.
I think Legion had been released at that point because Legion was one of the first books I bought. Actually, I think it was the first 40k book I purchased on my own, off my own TARDIS and I borrowed my mates, because that was the 8th book of Horus Heresy, which had been 2008 to 9. Because it was just it wasn't out when I went to Games Day '08 where I met Mr. Abner and Co. But speaking of Alpha Legion, message for you, boss, and for Old School. I have redeemed something to say, hydrate Dominatus. Go drink.
Yep, I've been drinking water, don't worry.
Good.
But yeah, like, this is something that's, like, extremely frustrating when it comes to, like, people trying to, like, understand all these different groups and such, and when people are like, oh, well, the Imperium doesn't fuck up that badly, all I can do is laugh. Because I'm like, no, they fuck up badly all the time.
The other one. Goodness gracious me. The Imperium doesn't fuck up. Where should we start? Would you like to list alphabetically or chronologically of all the fuck ups? And how long do you have? We have 10,000 years before we hit the Great Crusade.
Also, I'm looking at, like, the Legion Horus Heresy release date. Because the first Siege of Vax book came out in 2007.
It would be before then.
Yes. Legion came out in 2008.
Yeah, because it was... I think they were just about promoting it for Games Day '08, which would have been... I think that was the summer of that one, because I think it came out in September. Because that's when Because, in fact, the first book I purchased was that hardback of Horus Rising signed by Mr. Abnett, which I managed to get for $5.
But yeah, like I said, like the Alpha Legion, like I think Vrax is like the last time that they are presented as like muhahaha mustache twirling villains. Like,
yeah, but then they end like so unceremoniously, right? Like
yeah, he gets dragged off by the Dark Angels, basically.
Yes, come with us. We'd like a quiet word. Do you wish to confess?
Tell us about the Fallen.
Yeah.
What? The people that clearly have no relation to us.
I mean, the thing with that as well is, it's a very weird time. It's something that I think a lot of newer entrants into 40k don't appreciate as much because either they weren't aware of it or they weren't part of the hobby. Like for me, I was starting in 2007, so I saw the transition from not so much old 40k, but certainly the mid-2000s 40k to when the Horus Heresy novels came along, which then rewrote a lot of stuff and a lot of personality, because all we had was maybe short paragraphs in a codex or maybe a small entry in White Dwarf. So like the Alpha Legion was one example, or even the Fallen, because although the Dark Angels had their codexes, a lot about the Fallen itself wasn't really written, and who the cipher might be and all the other bits. So these days, it's much more established. There's a lot more character built. But back then, those old Forge World books and those older series, whether it's Medusa 5, the Gothic Crusade, the 13th Black Crusade, all those have a very different style of character because the characters hadn't been fully fleshed out by that point, which a lot of people don't tend to realize when they look at it saying, well, that's rubbish. No, they're this. Like, no, this is older. This is before this happened.
Yeah,
like trying to explain.
That's actually because my first edition was 5th edition. I started playing in 5th edition, but I was reading stuff from 4th. So it was extremely weird to me that we had like these, like I was in that weird transition period for 40k where we had like Grey Knights who weren't like just like these sentinels. They had something else going for them, and they weren't all psychers kind of a thing. Like I was a part of that like transition, and it was so weird. It was a
weird time for us because the big one as well, especially with that, like you had so many rewrites in the Codicil with, of course, the famous Matt Ward Codex, which of course he got all the blame despite him not doing a lot of the big stuff with that. The whole Grey Knights Codex of decide to wear Sisters of Battle as a pair of clothes so they can defeat random coordinate a demon.
Fuck.
And then you had the craft was expanding, the Necrons having their complete revamp, and then again with the whole Horus Heresy novels, although we had that initial segment of the betrayal on Isstvan 3, Isstvan 5, just about getting to Legion, where you have that. We haven't even had the Thousand Suns yet, or the Volca Fendrica with the Space Wars. So much stuff, and then the transition from 4th to 5th codexes, like the Space Marine Codex, complete different thing. Not just going from softback to hardback, but it was such a very different style of codex where you didn't have color pictures. It was all in black and white back in my day, apart from the front cover. And even just the units were so different because the big battle of the time was the Tyranids, and the whole Tyrannic War was a big deal because that was the Assault on Macragge box set that you had. It was very different. Yeah. So trying to remember the switch between that, if you're looking at older editions, which a lot of people need to remember, is you're looking at those books. Things will change. 40k always changes. Although you may want it to be the same, there will always be changes. There will always be retcons. You have to be adaptable for it.
So Steven just asked, is the lore better these days? I only got into 40k during lockdown and don't know the old lore. That depends on your perspective and opinion. I actually got really mad at somebody recently who said, like, modern 40k lore is bad. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I asked him, like, did you even read anything? And he's like, no, I haven't read anything. I'm like, then why the fuck are you saying it's bad? You don't have, like, a frame of reference.
I mean, I think that I will agree that there are some things which have been dumbed down a little bit because they're trying to make it a little bit more marketable than the rest, which I do have some qualms with. There's very light items, like the whole setup of the Primaris Marines in 40k, where you can't have your tactical squads in certain fashions and all the other bits. That I wasn't too pleased with. But in terms of the other parts, although it was much more grimdark, simplistic, and certainly more knee-jerky in the older days of 3rd, 4th, and 5th, by the time you hit the later ones, where they start expanding because of the Horus Heresy, because of Badab War, because even Badab hadn't been written yet. Apart from the initial things, Badab didn't show up until 2010. So that really expanded people's perception, certainly of Astartes and the Imperium and the lore so much more, because Alan Bly did a complete, amazing home run on those books, God rest his soul.
There's the problem of, like, the old lore, too, where a lot of us kind of, like, Y happened and X was the outcome. And then, like, Abaddon, Abaddon was just seen as, like, the mustache-twirling, Commander Cobra, Megatron, really, I'll just scream really loud and people do as I say, kind of villain, even though, like, nowadays, we understand he's not like this, mastermind plotter that Horus was, but he is an excellent ground commander who is planning a campaign to burn everything to the ground.
I mean, the famous art piece of Abaddon holding, I think, is it Cadia or Terra? As it's burning in his, in Talon Horus. That was the iconic picture of that. I think it might be for 13th Black Crusade.
It was. It was him burning Cadia. Like, that's what it's intended to look like. Because he's holding a hologram.
Foreshadowing.
I think the Primaris armor, take of the flavor of, lack the flavor of Firstborn armors. Yeah, like, I fully agree with that. Because, like, again, me, Will, and Cambrius, we grew up at a time where, like, the Space Marine Mark of Power armor just, it looked rugged, it looked old, it looked, not as advanced as, like, the Spartan armor we saw in Halo. It was more iconic in that way.
I mean,
whereas, and, like, it was all, like, individualized in its own certain ways, whereas the Primaris armor is more regal, it's more flat, it's plates, it's uniform, essentially.
Yeah, it's what I mean. The running joke with some older veterans who've been playing for like 30 years that I play with, they always joke about the knee flanges on the Primaris armor because they just find that, why would you have a knee flange? But it is true that it's a lot more clinical, and certainly a lot of the character scene's been lost. They're starting to build it back now with some of the later pieces, but if you look at, say, the Gravis armor or just the standard Mark 10, you don't have the studded shoulder pads. You don't have the differing helmets as you get in a older Firstborn pack. You wouldn't have the variety of weapons you'd have. There is that little bit of personality that's lost, because if you think about the old kits, you had 3 different forms of chest piece, whether it was Mark 6, Mark 4, Mark 5, and Mark 7, or you had the Mark 8 for the Sergeant. You had various forms of the Mark 7 Aquila helmet with different vents in the front. So you had that little bit of extra variety with the Astarte. Even if you had a squad of tactical Marines, there was that little bit of extra personality. But one thing with that as well, actually, that Knights mentioned, well, the lack of flavor. One thing to note, when you and I and the name escapes me right now, Will started, we actually didn't have Mark III armor. We didn't have Mark IV. Mark V was just the piping on the front, which is often confused with Mark VI. You had a few Mark VI pieces, but you had to order them directly from Games Workshop in their Nottingham branch on the phone specifically to make a full Mark VI army of Raven Guard, for example. That only came later with Horus Heresy and Badab. Badab was where we first started getting Mark V, Mark IV, Mark III, and Mark VI becoming a full pack you get of a full army. There was a lot more options. In fact, the ones you're showing right now, I think those are the latest tactical Marines. Now, I remember those being a big deal because you actually have left-handed Marines, which was a cool thing.
Oh yeah. I'm just using this. I'm just using this to show, like, this is what, like, these were like the redesigned tactical squads before, like, this was like 6th, 7th edition where these Marines came out.
That was 7th, I think. Yeah, because they still had the old tactical box. That would have been, just going into 7th edition. So I remember,
by the way, this was like the best design box in my opinion, because the fact that I didn't have to cut off the goddamn bolters to make them sit on the Marine's hand, fucking godsend.
Oh. I mean, it was nice having the grips there for when you had them holding stuff. I understand why they did it, and it was useful having the grips then to use for random bits on the on bases and the rest. So that I did use it quite a lot for that. Or if I need to pad out, say, a shoulder pad, it just basically used for blocking more than anything.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna use this as an example of what we mean by, like, these guys were more individualistic and more different than the current Primaris. So, like, as you can see here, chat, this armor, you got, like, a Mark VI guy right here among the squad. This is, like, back in the Horus Heresy day, this guy would be a part of a Mark VI squad. But now this is just standard tactical armor. This guy over here, he's got a skull on his helmet. This guy here's got rivets on his forehead here. This guy's got, like, a little optical camera that hooks up to this one. And the sergeant here, he's got a collar. He's got a breaching collar for his armor here. It's thicker.
He's got Mark 8 errands with Mark 6 greaves. I mean, if you go back to the other one, boss, you can actually see the guy at the back top right actually has Mark 4 Maximus knee pads.
Yes, like this
didn't exist in the old kits.
Yeah, like this is very different. You can see each Marine is kind of like in their own individualistic way. Even their guns. Yeah, like these two share the same bolter design because they both have that skull right there. But this guy's got like a little bullet on his shoulder pad. He's got the rivets right here, whereas this guy doesn't. But he's got a purity seal on his leg. It's those small little differences that people are pointing out, because when you go back up to the Intercessor squad, they all have the same pattern of armor. Like, this guy's got, like, a few things, but no. Same helmet. Aside from this emblem on this gun, they all have the same emblems on their guns most of the time. Very uniform. Very, very uniform.
And the worst thing with it as well is if you've got, say, the Imperium magazine, like I have with the image that I've actually just shared in the chat, or yes, that makes sense, the text chat for this particular channel, because I actually did mix up I put a Mark III helmet on what they call the Infernus Marines, and then I used the Chaos helmet for my Sergeant to give him a bit more personality. So it can be done with Primaris, but if you have the push fit ones, you cannot change much. Apart from a helmet, they're designed in such a way you can't just swap out shoulder pads like you used to do, or maybe give them a different leg or a different helmet. It's much more difficult these days. And it is something that I feel GW is getting a bit more aware of now. They are starting to introduce that a little bit more with their methods, because they realize that the lack of capability is becoming more counterproductive to fans actually want to make their armies as opposed to seeing all the same stuff all the time. I mean, it's not quite the era of the second edition. This is my rifle. This is my gun. Hugging Space Marines in Mark 7.
The Marine
Which I do
holding
still
the
have,
plasma
actually.
gun out with the hand over his face.
Oh, I remember when that first showed up. I actually remember when someone first kit bashed that way back in the day. That was a very, very famous one, using the old resting hand, and then using, I think it was a sergeant's arm, when they cut off and put the plasma gun on, which then became the famous one. But it does seem to be they're getting more aware, allowing them a little bit more variety in some of the pieces. If you do spend the cash on a multi-pack, in fact, I actually bought one, so let me just grab the box because it's still in the cellophane wrapping of some intercessors. So I'm just going to compare that because I actually have got the two sprues of Tactical Marines and the other ones. Also, hello, Tunist. In the last 20 minutes, you've missed me joining in, talking, and we're now becoming grumpy old men talking about the difference between First Fun and Primaris, and also how Chaos is evil.
I do like Primaris Marines, by the way. I do like their look. It does fit in with like Gulliman's aesthetic of uniform, everything's identifiable by that kind of a thing. Because that's how Gulliman operates. It's like totally around his design ethos. Like I totally get it from a story perspective. But design-wise, no, I can totally understand from the perspective of, oh, now it doesn't feel like my guys are like individualistic. This isn't like my Corporal D'Antioch and my Sergeant Lucius. It's just guy and guy.
If you were to ask them, boss, if you look in the channel's chat for the channel we're in, I just shared the two. I actually doubled my miniature completion count for this year, because I actually managed 2 miniatures instead of just one, as opposed to 23 and 24.
Oh, you used like that old Chaos head.
Yeah, I love that helmet, because for my chapter, which the symbol is the skull, they are superb for sergeants, veterans, even for chaplains, actually. If you have got any of those old Chaos helmets, that one or the other one, they are great for doing kit-bashed chaplains without having to spend too much money. Because if you want to make a Crozier, so all you're going to do is take a power axe, then take the banner topper, and you've essentially made a Crozier Sarcanum, which is quite good. But again, without, all I've done is I've swapped the helmets on both Astartes, and that's it. That's the only difference. And I'm adding a combat blade on the back of the Mark III armor. If you look at that, just having that little difference is huge.
If you're making Space Sharks, they should have older armor mixed up. Yes and no. The Space Sharks now have Primaris Marines, so they do have like access to that more regular modern gear now. You can read their books for that knowledge. They basically showed up, saved some guys, and were like, okay, we're taking this. And they're like, what? You're not going to stay and help more? No.
No, this Torchbearer fleet's ours now. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. We're taking the fucking screws and everything else.
I'm just picturing now, God's forbid, the Red Weight crossed the Rubicon Primaris.
God, he would look so big. But there is... That's actually... So, this comes back to, like, the Blood Ravens, the Space Sharks, like, these unknown chapters. And that, when the Space Shark... Like, a lot of people get this wrong about the Space Sharks. They really don't give a fuck. They do not care. They are... Like, everyone's like, oh, they're vicious, they're cruel. No, they just don't give a fuck. They get, like, their job is to, like, guard against things out in the galaxy and just kind of murder everything in sight. And, like, the Night Lords totally, like, they totally misread the situation with them. Because it's like, oh, I know who your Primarch is. I know everything about you guys. And if I tell you, your secret will, like, blow your fucking mind. And the guy he's talking to is just staring at him like, I could give less of a fuck, genuinely.
I mean, even if they found out the story, the fact that they're basically, even Korax thought they were, too extreme, so he sent them out to the edge of nowhere to deal with those particular threats.
Yeah.
They just wouldn't blink. Yeah, cool. The Korax thought we were that nasty. We wouldn't fit in the Imperium. We could do this. Great. Fine by us. Carry on.
Cool. If that coward thought that about us, then I've set the record straight. Is basically their mindset, and it's so fucked. Space Sharks are here to do one job and they will do anything to do it. Pretty much. It's
Pretty much, yeah.
And then, like, there's the dichotomy of them and the Blood Ravens, who also don't know where they came from, but unlike the Space Sharks, they give a shit. Like I said, the only person to learn it was Davian Thule, and his immediate reaction was burn everything and remove himself from chapter politics. And, like, even Gabriel was, like, taken aback by why he did it. Because he's like, dude, we had the answers. Why couldn't you tell me? And it's basically like Davian's only response was, fuck off.
He was angry.
It's... Well, you wanted to say something?
You reckon?
Alright?
You wanted to say something?
No, I'm just listening.
By the way, at some point do you reckon Eidolon will get a miniature for 40k? If so, what do you think he'll be? I'm currently thinking a slightly different Lord Cacophonist. Ooh, I do have his book. I haven't been able to read it, but he would probably be a Lord Cacophonist, because he was the first one to be able to get like that implant where he could scream really loud.
Well, to be fair, having your head removed does kind of help with that.
Didn't you die? I got better.
Yeah, he actually had open head surgery where the entire head was removed.
Cough sound, Thousand Suns, cough sound. Fuck you.
I mean, I don't think, was the last person, it's hard to think that him and Gazgul Magoruk Thraka have something in common.
Oh god, you're right. Next conflict is Emperor's Children versus Orcs.
Oh
god, can you imagine the goth rockers versus cacophonies?
What were you saying there, Will? Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, the one point I might make against that is like the pattern at the moment doesn't seem to be giving the legions a second character, although that might change.
Yeah, it might change.
They seem to get their Demon Primarch and like their special characters, so Lysias, Karn, Typhus, and Ahriman, and that's about it. The others are all just generic.
I would like Fabius in the Emperor's Children army, not gonna lie.
I mean, I can see what GW are doing here. They're going down the route of they're trying to not so much sanitize the army so that the competitive side of the game is much easier, or access for newer members is much easier because there's less bloat, as they say, which is what happened after 7th. The 7th was so bloated that when 8th came along, it was just a complete terror because people were complaining that it was a lot to do, and that's why I voiced 7th for a good reason. But the counterpoint to it is, the one thing that makes 40k so different from, say, Battletech or Trench Crusade, where Jervis Johnson apparently has now joined the production of Trench Crusade, so that's going to be interesting to see, is that it has the lore. It has these characters, these backstories, 40 plus years of characters being created, where it's like, okay, we would like to see them on the tabletop, but that's no longer really the case. I mean, when was the last time we saw Doom Ride, for example, back in 3rd edition, with what was referred to as the...
He wants to.
Yeah, I want it back.
Actually, speaking of Trench Crusade, I remember 40k Farva talking about like how essentially like they do have like their own Spartan program in Trench Crusade, and how people want those characters, and I'm like, guys, no you don't. And like even he was saying like, no, like a lot of the players don't want that overpowered fucking Doomslayer kind of character. Because like people don't seem to understand that like this isn't a game for your power fantasy kind of a thing. This is to be like a war game. You are going to lose.
Yeah, it's basically bolt action with extra steps and a lot more despair in it.
And if you have a character like Doomslayer in these tabletop games, there's no fun in it, and why would you take anyone else? It's why there's like only like 9 or 7 of these idiots, and most of them are dead.
Something I did discover, which is kind of interesting from like a GW like business perspective, because it just kind of popped up recently. It looks like GW at some point lost the rights to the name Epic as a game system.
Epic Game Studio, I suspect, would be the reason behind that.
Very possibly, but the reason I know this is that I noticed that Alessio Cavatore, his company is doing essentially Epic, and it's calling it Epic. Like they're calling it Epic Warpath, basically.
I would suspect that EGS will probably knock on the doors and cease and desist them at some point, because think about Epic Games became the big hit when Gears of War came out back in 2007-ish, 2008, maybe a bit later. Because I actually finished 3 recently and 2 because I never played them, so I did that on stream with one of my buddies. That was an experience. The sadness, the despair.
But yeah,
but again,
when it comes to like characters, like named characters in 40K, I want everyone to understand that like in the books, these named characters, unless the book is named after them, or like they are the central protagonist in that book, everybody else sees these characters as like gods walking among men, or like their fluff in their codexes hypes them up to be like these unstoppable behemoths. And then Marneus Calgar walks into a squad of Chaos Space Marines and gets his ass torn apart. Because 40 strength 4 AP1 attacks.
Hold an avatar with his fist.
Yeah. And it comes back to like, because the Codex is lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's embellished. But like, as well, a lot of kids read these books. So of course, like, they're gonna take, Marneus Calgar held the gates by himself for a day and a night against an endless orc horde, kind of a thing. They're gonna take that at face value because they're kids and they don't have that nuance to understand, like, he did not stand there for a day and a night. It's why in Nakaman Gauntlet, everyone there believes Marneus is dead, even though he's not. Because they have to blatantly tell you now people are that fucking stupid.
Yeah, there is a temple dedicated to his martyrdom.
Oh dear. I just picture him showing up now, seeing this, like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, it's straight up like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm right here!
I mean, if it ends up like... No,
it's revealed, he knows.
God.
It's useful for the Imperium for this to be maintained as the belief.
Yeah, and...
Martyrs make heroes.
It's that fucked up where he has to accept, like, okay, I'm dead in that part of the galaxy. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
And
beginning to think that IGN is rage baiting people. Night 2, yeah, that's been the case for 10 years plus.
What are they doing?
Night 2, I'm beginning to think that IGN is rage baiting people at this point. That is the whole style of journalism these days, is you have to have the rage bait title to get people to click.
What did IGN do now? What do they write out now? Why are you bringing that
Let's
up?
find out.
What was like the most recent article?
Depends. Let's have a look at. I'm just checking on the website now. Daily deals, Minecraft, lots of Minecraft.
News, all news. Trending news: Assassin's Creed Shadow 2 hits 2 million players 2 days after. Ubisoft says it's now surpassed Origins and Odyssey launches. It's not inflammatory.
Unless there must be a specific art that's popped up that's caused that, whether it's to do with Space Marines or, of course, there has been some controversy with Assassin's Creed Shadows. I mean, their release date wasn't the best idea because they moved it back to March the 20th, which is the anniversary of the sarin gas attacks in Tokyo. which in Assassin's Creed you use gas bombs, which was questionable. Also, the fact that you could go into sacred shrines and destroy furniture in there and climb on torii gates, which is like completely verboten of the highest order in Japan. So they've had to fix that very quickly.
Oops.
It's a game series where the second one has you having a fist fight with the Pope.
Yeah, that was pretty fun actually, taking on the Pope.
I actually saw a video yesterday. I shared it on Blue Sky, where it was this one guy who's playing Assassin's Creed Origins. Well, not Shadows. Fuck. And some guy just comes on into his chat and starts like mouthing off and being like, black people in Japan, and he's just like, dude, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck cares? And I'm like,
he's actually he's a historical character, that person. He actually is. I mean, I know there's more controversy over the fact that he's with other women, where apparently he was loyal to just one woman, according to the history. That's kind of ruffled a few people up the wrong way. But yeah, he actually is a part of history. It's just that people don't like the fact that history is not what they perceive it to be.
And I got to remind people about I want to remind people about Assassin's Creed as well. Assassin's Creed does not claim itself to be retelling history accurately. It never did. Because you got to remember, a secret order of assassins and Templars who are trying to push the world in their preferred ways.
Because of aliens.
Because of aliens? Like, these are not accurate portrayals of history. Like, the cities are accurate as can be, but...
I was going to say, also, it goes even beyond that, because, like, from... I can't remember which of the games onwards, it was, explicitly stated that these are, recreations being made by a for-profit company in-universe. That have, like, in-universe...
Abstergo.
Yeah, like Black Flag, like specifically has like a conversation between two devs that are basically like, should we give this guy like more of a Welsh accent? And it's like, no, it won't sell well in America if we do that.
Yeah, that annoyed me. Because the character they have, because of course you got Edward Kenway, who's a Jack. He's actually from Swansea, and that's got a very strange. I mean, I'm not sure if you two have ever seen the film Twin Town.
I have not.
Because I
am familiar.
Yeah, that's basically.
I am familiar. I am familiar with what people from Swansea sound like. I'm familiar with the Welsh.
Because my family from Port Talbot, so it was fun seeing some of the scenes of that. But the other one is the Bartholomew Roberts, also known as Black Bart or Bart TV in the native tongue, who was the king of Golden Age piracy, the one who wrote the code with Morgan. He actually was played by a Welsh actor, but he's actually born just up the road from me. I can literally go to the headstone marking where he was born, which is quite interesting. So it's rare Wales get to feature in that fashion. So yeah, that particular sequence did tickle me a little bit and irked me at the same time. Like, yeah, that's a direct lift from a discussion at Ubisoft in Montreal. Someone said that,
and that's the point. Is that I want, like, even when people were bitching about this on Twitter, I'm like, guys, why the fuck do you care? Like, they only cared because, like, it's culture war bullshit. Like, that's all they gave a shit about. It wasn't actually... It's, like, surface-level bullshit. And it's not even real critique or criticism. It's not even, like, a critique that the game might be buggy or that the game is, not being 100% accurate, because the game was never claiming to be that. It's claiming to be, oh, the Templars have infiltrated Japan, and the Assassin Order in Japan is fighting them. Even though, like, in real life, the Templars had no influence over Japan.
Just strange. But again, Assassin's had its use for some education. It was great for learning about the Crusades or the Renaissance era or the other bits. That is actually one thing I do hold up Assassin's Creed for, because that was actually a very great thing if you actually took the time to read through, like, what do they have, the Grimoires, I think they called them, or whatever, because you had the English chap in the game who'd write the stories, explain to you, like, what a man of warship is in piracy or other bits. Or in 3 you had stuff with the Native American tribes with the designs of their buildings and other bits. That was actually, I love that, really fascinating.
Yeah.
But again, there has to be a story to make it sellable. You can't just do a fully historical thing because people just go, why the hell we want this? We want drama, we want action, we want to be able to stab the Pope, which you do in Assassin's Creed 2.
Which I gotta remind everyone, it's like, this is the problem with like game design, is that like, in order to make something fun, you can't always be 100% accurate. Because actually, so going way back, so Gaijin Goomba, Gaijin Goomba and what's it called? Game Theory, Matt Pat, they talked to the World of Tanks guys who like design, like, are trying to make the tanks as accurate to how they were in like World War I, World War II. And they asked like, hey, a lot of these tanks stalled like on the battlefield. Why don't you guys have that? And they're like, oh, we tried to do that. And they're like, oh, why didn't you? Because do you think it's fun to sit in the middle of a battlefield at the start of a match where your tank just has a random chance to not do anything?
Yeah, doubly so if it's a German tank in World War II.
Doubly so. Like, do you think that's fun? And they actually had to sit there and go, yeah, no, that sounds terrible. And it's like, yeah, sometimes realism has to take a back seat.
For it being a game.
Yeah, to being a game.
Yeah, I mean, the exceptions are simulation games. If it says simulation game, like, say, racing games like Forza, Gran Turismo, though not so much in these recent editions, or Assetto Corsa, those are designed to be a simulation like iRacing. Those have that purpose. But if you want it to be a fun game for the purposes of fun over simulation, then yeah, you have to have that thing. In the same place as 40k. When people ask, why doesn't the Imperium just do this? This makes no sense. Well, again, that wouldn't work either by law or by gameplay, because they're not going to do that all the time, because it just negates the fun factor. Like with Space Marine 2, there are some things where you think Astartes shouldn't have an issue, like us getting sniped all the time with those goddamn lasgun-toting humans that apparently take all your health off in just like a single burst. Like, no, that wouldn't actually happen, but the reason why it's there is because it adds the challenge to the game. I still want them to change it, because it's annoying as hell when I'm trying to move Thomas the Tank Engine down the goddamn tracks, and then some random pot shot decides to get me through an eye lens. That can be very annoying.
Yeah.
But it is designed to be the factors for the game. Same applies with Darktide. You have to have that leeway and push and pull backwards and forwards to make the game applicable. In fact, they were talking about this last week at Games Developer Conference, because they had the GDC in San Francisco, where they also, as the site, announced a big gaming development union. Hallelujah.
Let's go, Gaming Union. Announcer want that.
Huge.
But like, when it comes to, this is where people need to like start understanding that when it comes to like game design for tabletop games and video games and such, it is entertaining to have like your Master Chiefs, your Doom guys, those guys who are like the central protagonists of their games, who seem like unstoppable forces. But when you're playing something like Warhammer 40k or Horus Heresy or Necromunda or Bolt Action or Trench Crusade, Battletech, you are not playing as the main character. You are playing as your faction. And your faction does not always win. Your faction has people in it, yes, but the horrors of war is that Frank's gonna get his goddamn head blown off. It doesn't matter what kind of armor he's protecting his ass. If that Hive Tyrant wants to chop off his head, it's going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the most accurate thing was the sergeant getting the metal shard through his eye lens.
Yeah.
Because that is a genuine thing. You know, that is the reality. Well, that is, even the best 40k person can be killed because they have got weak points on their armor. The reactions are supposed to counter it, but of course that they were expecting that explosion to happen, which led to the sliver of metal going into the eyelids and killing the guy. It is strange, very strange. But again, people never really get the grasp of how reality and gaming doesn't always perfectly mesh. There has to be balance to allow things to function.
How did we get here from talking about like how space sharks and blood ravens are like similar yet different? But yeah, back to 40K, because I know like that's why a lot of you are here, because like I am the 40K guy at the end of the day. By the way, fun fact, so I was talking to my friends about that, like I'm the 40K guy, and they're like, so like, why do you make like AG so distressed and everything? I'm like, because I know everything about 40K and no one listens to me.
It's like, here's the truth, and is anyone going to listen to you? No.
I like they laughed at that one because it's like, yeah, okay, AG, okay. Like they were just like, oh, it's because like you talk about 40K and it's kind of like we just don't understand it, right? I'm like, yeah, pretty much. I know everything, but no one cares.
Yeah, it's just that meme of the person at the party. Everyone's dancing around you just in the corner.
I know the real reason why Cadia fell.
Yeah.
By the way,
so
it's made in jest.
That,
it's made in jest. It is made entirely in jest.
I mean,
if anyone can make that meme though, where it has Boss as the character that he is in the corner with everyone else dancing, yes, I'd love to see that.
What were you saying, Will?
I mean, I think I said this on the Discord that one of the things that is kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say missing in like, because it doesn't really fit into like the lore space, but in like sort of the 40K conversation, is more of a Doylean approach to it, rather than necessarily a Watsonian one. Do I need to explain this concept to people like listening?
For the benefit of it, yeah, I wouldn't mind, because I imagine you referring to Arthur Conan Doyle versus Dr. Watson, but the context is required.
Yeah, so the Sherlock Holmes stories are canonically in-universe written by Dr. John Watson. He is recounting his time when he solved cases with his friend Sherlock Holmes. In universe, so there is actually a massive amount potentially of unreliable narrator in the Sherlock Holmes stories because they come from that perspective. It is John Watson in universe writing these stories down.
So what you're saying is that in reality, he did see Sherlock Holmes kissing Moriarty over the waterfall, but he didn't want to add that in.
I mean, potentially. But obviously in the real world, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote the Sherlock Holmes stories, and he wrote them for a variety of reasons. He stopped writing them for a series of reasons, and then started writing them again for a series of reasons that are very different to the reasons that Dr. John Watson gives in universe for why there is a time jump between sets of the stories.
Remember, the author of the creator of Sherlock Holmes wanted to stop making it, but it was so profitable that his publisher was like, "You can't." So unkill Sherlock.
It never was actually meant to be full novels. They were actually entries, like chapters, into one of the newspapers. It wasn't until later they actually started putting them together to make full novels. In fact, I actually came across a rather interesting artifact here in Wales. We have the National Library of Wales, which is based in my old university town of Aberystwyth. This building has every book published in Wales in history has a copy at the library. So even if it's like, a sordid porno, or if it's a copy of War and Peace, there is those copies. Now, some of these aren't actually in the library. They're actually based in a mansion house called Gregunnog. And I used to go there with my choir to do singing, and we actually had our concerts there, because the first concert the choir ever had in 1950 was in this building. So I go along and I instantly look at the books, reading in between singing stuff, and I pick out one, and it is a copy of Sherlock Holmes, and it wasn't the Speckled Band, it was one of the very early ones. And it was quite surreal, because it has the publication date of the late 1800s, but inside it says, future upcoming titles. Sherlock Holmes and the Hound of the Baskervilles. Some of these bigger names hadn't even been released yet. And you just see like this is weird. Knowing whoever held that had no idea what was coming.
So I got two questions here from Tunist. Tunist, I do not have any tattoos. I do not plan on getting any tattoos. Mostly because like I just don't like stuff on my body. I'm weird, I guess. I just don't like having that stuff on my body. And plus I'm a little bitch. I do not like needles and stuff like touching me in that kind of way. If it's like for immediate, like if it's like for my health stuff, I accept a needle. But like if it's like art stuff, I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Plus, like I'm fully aware that like I'm gonna be saggy in my future years, and that tattoo's gonna be ruined by that, so I don't want to deal with it. But to your friend who wants to like get the Erebus text tattoos on his head, yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Don't do that.
Yeah. He will not be allowed in a number of countries with that. Also, if he wants to go for the full Erebus thing, he needs to have his face ripped off, which I highly recommend against. Because in fact, they put the little story that if you go to a Warhammer store in the UK, the story of him trying to get his face back is the short story in the free book they give you if you purchase something. But yeah, absolutely not. If he wants to be employable in future, if he wants to do anything professional in future, absolutely not. That is very much a dangerous thing to do. And it wouldn't be safe for him in most circles because he'll be looked upon in a variety of fashions. Various prejudices will put him in severe danger. So yeah, tell him that is a very, very foolish idea. He does not need to do that in any way. If he wants to show his praise for the word bearers at Erebus, maybe just get a word bearers tattoo or something on a shoulder where the shoulder pad would be on something. Go for that.
Or like on the back of his hand. Like that's a
yeah.
It like I get like the idea that your body is like your own thing and you see it as like a canvas. I get that kind of mindset entirely, but at the same time I'm the kind of person who's like, you need to rein it in. I get like hiding it, like I get like having like full arm tattoos that like go onto the body and everything. I fully get that. But like when it comes to like your face and your head, guy, read the room. Like if you have like a secure life and you know you're not in danger, I say go full for it. Like your body, your rule. But if you don't have that security, we don't live in Star Trek, people. I wish we did, but.
Not to mention the security could change because things are so changed with us. So yeah, absolutely not. Anything that involves even sometimes hands, but certainly face, etc. Never, ever, 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 ever have a time there because that, again, shutters a lot of career paths in future and a lot of potential for most things involving having your face visible is just not applicable. So don't do it. Yeah, tattoo arms, legs, torso, but head is off limit for me. Yeah, so that pretty much is the kind of thing to expect. Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable. Yeah, face. The first thing people think, unless you are Maori, or if you are of a Polynesian ethnicity, which does go with moko on the face, which is a very big deal. There's a chap on TikTok Taranga, who is a well-known metal guitarist and singer. He talks about this. He actually explains a lot of Maori culture and how the whole thing with moko on the face is a very important deal. And that's one of the very few exceptions where facial tattoos are generally accepted and not seen in a negative light, which unfortunately is the case with a lot of things, where if you see a tattoo on the face like, gang member, when in reality that's not always the case. So, yeah, definitely not. Don't put it on the face because that is the last real bastion for a lot of conservative folks where you will just lose jobs full stretch before you even apply.
Yeah. Again, like I know people who have tattoos. And my wife has tattoos. They have a cute little elephant on their wrist, and they have a set of roses in a decorative style on their leg. But they're out of sight, out of mind kind of a thing. Like you aren't going to see it normally. But hello, Sarah. Hello, my little baby. Sorry, I need to grab the cat. She's just like, Dad, love me.
I demand attention.
Exactly. But yeah, the head tattoo, not a good idea. But if he wants to get like a word bearers thing, there are plenty of other word bearer symbols and iconography that would work very well. I don't know how old he is. I don't know like his life and everything. I just know like there are not smart decisions in this world that you should and should not make. But back to what I was talking about earlier is that I'm very, when I'm talking about like Warhammer 40k now, is that like I'm just talking about like gameplay stuff now, because like trying to talk about the story is very frustrating with people, because like I get
changing so much.
Like I sit here like arguing with people about the fluff that I've read and they clearly haven't, and I'm just like, I want to punch somebody so fucking hard upside the head, because like you can't have an opinion if you don't read it. And like this person did bring up like, well, it's so hard to keep up, and I'm like, it's really not. It's really not that hard to keep up anymore.
I mean, it doesn't change that much.
Yeah, the only thing I would counter with that would be if you weren't able to get, say, Psychic Awakening, that kind of thing. The fact that they don't republish that is a bugbear for me, because I can't access that unless I sail the high seas.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. I really wish GW would actually allow us to get these and say these are archived from the past, so they're not going to be fully accurate. That is something that I would agree is a problem, that some of the bigger events in recent years, you can't get much apart from a few entries in a codex which doesn't have much lore these days. It's more about the units. Or in some novels as well, it's not always there, but you do get those as well who just read a 1d4chan page or look at memes the rest, they think that is the full ins and outs of lore. That's not the case.
Is
those who
1d4chan
have read
still
the
up?
lore know the counter.
I thought 1d4chan got taken down.
Shows my age.
Hello, Sarah. Yes, hi. I'll pet you as I talk. I'm sorry.
I have very strong opinions about memes are not lore.
Yeah, memes are not war. Oh, good news for you, Cambrius.
Oh no.
They put the entirety of the Psychic Awakening books in the Warhammer Vault. All of them. Yep. There's...
And where does one attain the vault?
Pay GW money.
Well, I actually have been given some Warhammer TV money, so I might be able to access that at some point. Because turns out, because I didn't use my Games Workshop account for so long, my entire account got wiped. So all my old stuff is gone from like 2007, etc.
Oh,
so I'm having to remake
fuck.
a brand new account.
I've been using my Warhammer a lot more lately, and like, because it's my job, I need to keep up with what's going on. Even though like I haven't talked about fluff and lore in like a long time. And like there's reasons for that, chat. I'm trying to be a way for people to get into 40k in a way where like I'm interesting them in the armies of 40k. And so like they have a base ground to where to start, not just with like gameplay wise, but like, oh, this is what that faction is. Okay. Hence the Made to Order series is like, the Space Marines are the Gatorade of 40k factions, or that the Eldar are like a fine wine. There are like hundreds of ways you can make wine, but only the finest work the best. And like the Drukhari are gonna be like this drug-filled alcohol, where it's like, oh yeah, you know it'll be a good time, but shit's gonna get weird.
Bin juice. As we called it, it was literally basically you buy a brand new trash can, unused, and you literally just pour all the drinks of the party into it, and then you'd have it as the bin juice punch. That essentially is the Drukhari.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? But when it came to people like telling me about like, I think the most recent lore is bad, and then I asked them like, what's bad about it? They can't give me a reason, and I'm like, is it because you listen to online forums instead of like basing your own opinion? And 9 times out of 10, it's that. I can tell you why like modern 40k storytelling is bad in like different ways. Like Space Marine 2, I hate that the plot is just Space Marine 1 Electric Boogaloo. I hate that. I think that's bad.
Calgar.
Now with added Calgar to jerk you off with his giant hands. I fucking hate that. I do not like it when named characters pop up in 40k games. I did not want to see Guilliman. I did not want to see Marnius.
I mean, it was a nice feel-good moment to have Calgar drop in, but it did feel a little bit disjointed because, like, why is he here?
Yeah,
why does he know about Captain Titus?
Yeah.
Or Lieutenant Titus, I should say.
Yeah, basically. I'm like, why is he here? If it was just him showing up at the end, like, on the ship, to be like, Titus, good to see you. Like, finally good to see you.
Yeah.
I would have been
nice.
fine with that. But no, we have to go save him. We gotta fight alongside him. No, you don't need that, because that takes away from everyone else. That's not
Also,
good storytelling.
So my future wife just discovered you and joined the stream at the perfect moment. She joined, as you said, jerk you off with his giant hand.
Ha!
I mean,
Finish the sentence.
It's like that's her. Literally, her first experience. Like, yeah, I'm Chan 40k with this guy. He's a great guy to get you into the lore of Warhammer. Okay, I'll look him up. She joins the stream, and the first thing she hears you is he will jerk you off with this giant hand.
I'm so sorry, Cambrius's partner. I'm so sorry. That's your first experience with me. That's everyone's first experience with me. Out of context sayings.
Oh no, she's fine. Of course that would happen with us. It's just like this always seems to happen with us when it comes to any shenanigans.
Every time I just have the like the worst luck with timing. But yeah, so I stopped making fluff videos because I just like the book tells you it's this way. Other people are just gonna tell you that's a lie, and I'm like, it comes from the beast's mouth itself. Like, what the fuck do you want from me? And
we want it to sound convenient to our beliefs.
Yeah, and again, it's just frustrating to like talk about the fluff, and like Arbiter Ian and Bricky, like they just ignore it, but like they aren't small like me. And I have to treat things a little bit more personally until, like, I have that explosion. Or if I get that explosion. And it just is fucking annoying. Because, like, I had people argue with me that Vrax was an unconditional victory. And I'm like, did you read the book at all?
Probably not, because they couldn't access it.
I mean, the Imperium does win.
I mean, it's in terms of Imperium victories, it is probably one of their better victories. It's just in our reality, it is Pyrrhic with a capital P.
I wouldn't even call it a victory because they lost everything. Because the entire point of the Siege of Vrax was to get Vrax back and all the resources. All the resources are gone. They spent billions friendly firing each other.
Yep.
It basically just makes me think of what's his name? The chap from Star Wars Rebels who was in Ahsoka, Grand Admiral Thrawn. With that, when he's so angry with Governor Price because the fact that she's wasted all the Imperial resources for his TIE Defender project.
That was so funny. Like, just like, yeah, I killed a Jedi. Cool. You also single-handedly managed to cripple my entire operation. Congratulations!
I will see you later.
Congratulations, you killed a insignificant fuck.
I mean, that sums up 40k's Imperium perfectly. It's the same thing.
Congrats, you killed a rogue cardinal. Now you're throwing a parade.
Meanwhile, the missus is asking, because she's Splee 80, what about the voice at the end? Or imagine that's referring to Arise, son of Guilliman.
Oh, God, that's...
Controversial with a capital C there, my love.
So there's a thing in my head where there are two emperors in 40k. There's the one on the Golden Throne, there is the one in the Warp. The one that has been built up for 10,000 years by the Imperium's constant belief that there is an emperor, like a godlike emperor. And I did get a bit more context, because, like, I haven't been able to read everything in 40k. I am one man with one brain. I can only handle so much. My brother read the Shadow Sun book, and in that book, it ends with the greater good, the god, the greater good, basically walking up to a Death Guard fleet and basically going, yeah, I exist. Get fucked, idiot.
Please tell me the greater good god is literally just the ones from Hot Fuzz.
No, it's described as feminine. It has a feminine voice,
yes.
and it has a fury of a goddess. But, essentially, could it be the Emperor, like the warp entity, the Emperor, speaking to Titus to Rai, son of Guilliman? Could it be that, Martius Calgar was saying Rai, son of Guilliman to him? Not the same voice actor, so it doesn't count. But, like, it's meant to be up to your interpretation and, like, your feelings on it. My opinion is, it's stupid, we didn't need it. Because, like...
I mean, it makes sense if he does. I mean, he doesn't have a well, the thing is, he's not a null as such, if I recall, with Titus, but he's someone that can affect the warp, so maybe he had more of a direct line, because there is the bit in Abaddon's books, Talon of Horus, where you actually have a warp depiction of the Emperor pleading with Abaddon and his crew to not do what they're about to do to recover the Vengeful Spirit, etc.
Yeah.
So, if that's just the expansion of that same particular character, just given form.
It just it also compounds the issue, because that update came out after Secret Level, and everybody already knows how I feel about that. Like, that was my most unpopular take, and I still stand by my take. Because, like, I do not like when 40k jerks off a character. I do not like it. Like, even when you read, like, the Chaos Space Marine books, like Abaddon, Karn, Typhus, Ahriman, it does not jerk them off in the way that Titus gets jerked off now. And I don't like it. I do not like that Titus is seen as this immovable object in 40k. The only reason he didn't die is because he knows no fear. What are you talking about? And people are like, oh, well, isn't it his warp resistance and immunity that, like, let him kill that sorcerer? I'm like, no. They don't even bring it up.
Which is a shame. I suspect that the writers were told by producers, cut this, cut this, cut this, cut this. Where in reality, it probably was a much better script. But that had to be cut for the Covering Floor, which we've seen in multiple films over the years. I mean, the most famous being in Pirates of the Caribbean, with the whole story why Captain Jack Sparrow became a pirate was because he freed slaves. Because there's that whole discussion he's meant to have with Cutler Beckett, where he says, like, people ain't cargo mates, but why... Say again?
People aren't cargo, mate. Yeah, like, I know that scene. It's...
Yeah. So that whole thing of why Davy Jones has him recover 100 souls, because that's what led him to lose the ship to become the Black Pearl. So these have happened before in other contexts, because the Cutting Room Floor would agree this isn't appropriate for what we need. We need to make this more accessible for some random reason, and the same applies. And with GW, we are seeing that more corporate nature compared to even 10, 15 years ago when Jack Kirby was the big boss. As controversial as he was, you didn't have this more cleaned up, sanitized outlook on stuff, because they are trying to broaden the market now, because 40k has become more accessible, and you do see that happen with
now.
Markets that do expand. Same happened with Marvel and DC. Same happened with Formula One recently with Drive to Survive. This thing that we are going to have to deal with, and unfortunately, we are going to have to bite our tongues.
And
as
like
such,
this,
what we can hope for is it expands.
I learned the hard way to bite my tongue, and it's there's a lot more problems with the Astartes short from Secret Level, like aside from just like Titus is an invincible fucking Doomslayer. Do I think Doomslayer is fun? Yes, but it's a specific kind of archetype that should never speak, kind of a thing, unless like absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
And
Chief.
Master Chief is a different kind of thing where it's like, oh, they wanted to explore him a bit, and I fully agree with the way they did it. Is that like he's very jokey, he's very one-linery, but like there's still that humanity in him when like you rip away the thing that was human among him.
I mean, you can make the argument looking at Halo, and I think that on a surface level reading, if you just look at the marketing and you just look at the game, probably the first 2 games, maybe the first 3 games, like as a trilogy, that those games do present Master Chief in a somewhat uncritical light. It's given a critical light by additional material, much like 40K. And I think that there is a movement of people who don't want to consume media in a critical way.
No,
essentially
there is those people, and I actually watched a very long video today, and it's just like the only surface level analysis they want to make is just the disingenuous analysis. And like it's just like oh, how dare they it's how do I put this? It was put in such a way that it's reactionary bullshit in the way of hypocrisy, where they'll bitch about anyone else doing it, but when they do it, it's fine.
Oh yeah. Again, it's to get clicks. It's the nature of the beast in this day and age, which unfortunately that's what self-passes is what tabloids were 10, 20 years ago, like when Princess Diana died. Literally, they had to pull a newspaper because she passed away that evening, where I think it was The Sun, or The Scum as it's known, had a front page tearing her to pieces, for claim that she was some slut of some sort or something. And that was ready to go. That was in the shops in London, in the newsagents, ready to go for 6 a.m. And then they had to pull them all and bring out, "We're so sad she's gone." It's that kind of thing where
people completely forget that, like, the media, like, in the couple of months and stuff before she died, the British tabloids' take on Princess Diana was essentially she is a traitor because she is having a relationship with a non-white guy.
Yep.
Everyone forgets. We don't like to talk about that part of history, do we?
No. And then it was ironic that you had like the Daily Express being one, literally Russell Howard was, "Oh no, only Diana was here." They completely flipped, but the fact they had to literally tear out those newspapers and then change the cover, change the whole thing because they're planning to verbally crap all over this character, and suddenly, oh no, we're so sad. She was the people's princess. And again, this applies with this kind of thing, with 40K, with most content creation, where you have the permission because you are the big person to do this. But if anyone else does what you do, that is a slight against all things, against you, against the industry. That is not permitted, but you can get away with it because rule for me, not for thee.
Yeah.
And it is something that you do find out with 40K stuff, with Astartes, or the Astartes episode of Titus, and some of the other stuff. Unless you go to the really niche pieces, people want to have that reactionary content because that's all they know. That's all they've been consuming for the last 5 years. I mean, in fact, as of an hour ago, it was exactly 5 years since our Prime Minister Boris Johnson told us all to stay indoors, because it was the 23rd of March, 2020.
And I want
to...
to...
So, a lot of people...
Our First Minister told us to stay indoors 4 weeks earlier than that. I just want to make that...
They did. Oh, this was the... I've warned you enough, you're grounded, because I was frontline healthcare. Or social frontline healthcare, so that was very strange.
I want to make it very clear that, like, my criticism when it came to Astartes was that, like, oh, it's another Space Marine show up to kill a thing, don't talk, don't give us anything. Nothing for newcomers that would be interested in the deeper parts of 40K. Because my complaint wasn't, like, yes, it's the same shit that we're getting, but my other complaint was, you need a bit more than that, guys. Like,
I mean,
I talked to Lost in Spiral on a interview, and she's just like, I didn't know 40K was like this deep and complicated. I didn't understand like fantasy and Age of Sigmar and all this stuff was like all different. I thought it was all the same. And I'm like, yeah, no. And GW did a very shit job at trying to separate them. And now we're having the same problem again, is that a lot of people aren't interested in 40K because that's all they're fucking seeing. Is Space Marines just killing shit, and that's it. Like, people didn't want to play Halo because of that.
I would love to see them to do. I mean, Richard Boylan's version of Hell's Reach. Take the audiobook and make it that thing. That was fantastic. Because, again, it did have Space Marines, but it had humans and other parts as well. So you actually got to see from a perspective, and there was explanation as to what the Astartes were, what the Black Templars were, what's going on, why Armageddon's so important, how things function. You got a much broader view of what's going on. Now, I would hope with Space, because Tunis asked what enemies do you think will be in Space Marine 3, I would hope that we do get another variety, as opposed to bait and switch like we did with Tyranid to Chaos, as we had with Orcs to Chaos. I wouldn't mind seeing Necros, or just have a bit more of a broader aspect where you have someone like a scout or someone who's acting as an envoy to be that route for new players to understand what's going on. I mean, it's a shame we haven't got the Remembrances anymore, because that would have been perfect to be the root point of what's going on.
I still stand by
the Logica Hysterica Veritas, the Gilliman's essentially version of the Remembrancers.
I still heavily stand by the fact I think the secret level short would have been better if it was following Titus from young boy to raw recruit to the man that he would be leaving for Space Marine 1.
Oh yeah, that would have been fantastic. You didn't see that, just how brutal things are. You know, to become an Astartes, it is no bloody walk in the park. You know, it's literally, here's 1,000 recruits, only one of you will be chosen. Fight.
Yeah, and because I want people to have that experience of the initiate becoming the Marine, the horror of what it is to be a Space Marine. Like, yeah, the Space Marines are the poster boys, but you also need to show, just like how Halo did, how fucked up it is to become that. Like, the Fall of Reach book does not pull punches. It does not.
No.
It literally says, like, you don't see it, but it's Halsey looking at the monitor, and she's holding back so much emotion, because she's like, I just murdered, like, over, like, 70 kids. I just murdered them. What the fuck do I do? She's thinking that in her head, and Deja, the fucking AI who taught these kids, is looking at her and says, hey, Halsey, you're not supposed to have a connection with these kids. Why did your heart rate, like, skyrocket? Like, looking at her like a computer about ready to sell her out to the Gestapo.
Yeah. And again, because Deja was a dumb AI, as opposed to the smart AI you had with Cortana, etc.
Yeah.
So she was just protocol, as opposed to the thinking of ex-human brains making smart AI. Which, again, that's actually quite a dark thing, which you don't realize unless you read the novels, how smart AI are made. They're not just a smart AI. They are literally someone's flash-frozen brain that's become the donor of a smart AI, because Cortana was the first one to be made from living human tissue, which made it so unique, as opposed to Black Box, for example, who was actually a surgeon who condemned Halsey for all the dead kids from the Spartan 2 program, which then became the pet smart AI of Oni after the first three games, or some of the other smart AIs, which are all made from living people who passed away, but they have their behaviors and foibles and reactions, etc.
Yeah, and I'm also. We don't get a lot of the initiate perspective in 40K. We don't get the scout kind of a thing. And it's frustrating to me, because that is such an interesting part of how small child goes to psychopathic murder machine. And we did see a little bit of it in Horus Heresy. Descent of Angels is that, but it's so dry and so boring. And it's before...
It was the palette cleanser, as you said years ago. It is the palette cleanser after the Fulgrim novels.
Yeah, and it's frustrating. But the only other time now that we've seen initiate training in 40K was the Marneus Calgar book, which is a comic book series by Marvel. Which, by the way, I remind you, those same idiots that don't like to engage critically with stuff panned that comic book, even though it was good. They panned it because how dare you change Calgar's backstory? Which, by the way, it doesn't change his backstory. It's still Marneus Calgar. It's just that Marneus Calgar had a different name, but he took it to honor his friend. It does not change who Marneus Calgar is.
I mean, part of me wonders if they did that as meant to be a foil to Erebus.
Probably. Because, there is, the Ultramarine Wordbearer rivalry.
I was going to say 40K writers do like their mirroring.
They do. And aside from that, I want everyone to try and think of a time in 40K where they read a book about an initiate's perspective.
I can count two, which are old. One of them is Ragnar Blackbane. That is one of the very few I can think of. But and there was one other one as well. It's from early novels. We're talking old 40K. We're talking pre-5th edition, where they had that, and that was Space Marine, the original one from the one with the controversial Pain Glove with Darkabus. I think that's the only two I can think of.
Magic Pain Glove, tell me what to do. Ah! The glove has spoken.
Pretty much. The glove is a damn pit.
Oh god, the Inquisition War trilogy is a thing.
This is why I'm reminding everyone, I would like that. I want more depth to it. Space Marines are not interesting in and of themselves. They're all the same fucking... They're all Gatorade. They're all Gatorade. Same packaging, different color.
Essentially, they're all pies, but they're just different flavor of pie.
Exactly. And it's why, I want more focus on the Xenos factions, on the Forces of Chaos. Because they have a lot more interesting shit going on nowadays.
It's fine. We got Phil Kelly writing the new Farsight novel.
Interesting.
As long as we get more Nguyen Van Nguyen writing a sequel to Elemental Council, I'll be happy.
It could be worse. It could be CS.
I mean, I don't think CS Goes allowed to write 40K books anymore.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
God, please never let him write. How does a battle cannon go to a las cannon then back? How?
Or the D cannon of the dimensional cannon of the Eldar becomes a bloody cannon. Or the we heard multi-lasers on your multi-lasers. For context, for those who aren't familiar, back in 2004-5ish, you had a chap called CS Goto who was one of the in-house authors for Black Library. Now, CS Goto is one of the most controversial authors to have ever graced Warhammer 40,000. More so than the whole Matt Ward nonsense. He was the original. Because this man completely threw genuine lore out the window. We're not just talking, people complain that they've retconned this, that, and the other. Basic things were not included. Whether it was, we would just talk about the D cannon, the dimensional cannon the Eldar have, which is like a heavy cannon, which literally makes Swiss cheese holes in your body, but he decided to make it, launch firearms at you. Or then you had, later down the line, the ones involving multi-lasers, having multi-lasers on them. So that's the whole point. You've just reinvented the wheel. And then there's the whole discussion with Ahriman dealing with some of the characters in that. And it was just a lot of very odd decisions.
Don't forget Space Marines doing backflips.
Terminators, specifically Terminators.
Yeah, Terminators doing backflips, yeah.
It's why so many people in Dawn of War, when they saw Gabriel Angelos, fucking front-flipping with Terminator armor in Dawn of War 3, they were like, what the fuck?
No.
Who let CS Goto in?
Who let CS Goto in here? It's not good, chat. It's stupid.
There are just bad 40K books. That's the...
Yeah, they do exist. And for those who enshrine all things as canon, you will always lose, because there are things where you on to change. As we said, be ready to accept changes.
Who
I mean,
knows,
you can still judge
Ian?
on how good the changes are, but
Who knows, Ian? Maybe it's my next movie.
I mean, the thing I will say though, the whole discussion of how we want things to expand more, I wouldn't be surprised we might see that expansion, maybe not now, but certainly in about 5 years' time, because I can see where GW's pivoting now to make themselves more of down the Marvel route of a broader market with a lot more discussion over who the characters are, making the setting, getting the initial audience. Then they'll expand it like Marvel did with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, with bringing it all together for an Endgame style piece. It wouldn't surprise me that we will see something like that, and we might get.
I do appreciate though that GW is sticking to their guns, that there is no good guys in 40K, that the Imperium is just evil, and I do appreciate that, because like they could have pussied out. They could have just said like, nah, the Imperium are the good guys, and then slowly like roll back like the really grim dark parts of the Imperium and try to make them more gray. Like go in the opposite direction of what they did in Halo, where like they made the UNSC less black and white and it's a lot more gray. But like in this instance, like rolled it back so that the Imperium had like, oh no, like there's very clear good guys in the Imperium. No, everyone's a fucking villain. Everyone's an asshole.
Well, they could have absolutely turned around and been like, yeah, Gilliman came back and he fixed it.
Yeah. They could have easily done that, and I would have been so fucking livid if they did. Because they're not supposed to be good. They're all assholes.
Yep.
Yeah, what was I going to say? There's speaking, you mentioned about Ian earlier, he's doing a series at the moment on the Nactman Gauntlet, the previous books about it. And like the first two are, the first part of it is like, yeah, it's, you know, gene stealer cults and orcs and space marines and and the introduction of the new Primaris Marines and then Samheimer involved. And the reason all these are involved is because it was the 8th edition campaign book, and they wanted to have as many factions involved as possible to push the various factions. You then get onto the 9th edition version, and it's like suddenly it's like a much bigger presence for like the Sisters of Battle. Why is that the case? Because it's 9th edition and we're pushing Sisters of Battle. Like this is what I mean by having like a Doylean look at it rather than a Holmesian one. Of like, why is this happening in the lore? Why is this like happening in terms of the story? It's like, because that's what GW needs it to happen in terms of a business decision.
Yeah.
Like,
if they're pushing a campaign, the factions within that campaign are the models they're trying to push right now.
Yeah.
And some people will always read against, but that is the harsh reality of the hobby. And this doesn't apply to 40K, this applies in everything. It's what makes money because they have to keep the lights on or please the please the people who've got stock in Games Workshop PLC, and they are looking at a very big storm that will gut them if they're not careful, and that is the Spectrum 3D printing. It's getting more prevalent. They are holding it back at the moment, but give it about 5 years as it becomes more accessible. GW have a very, very big problem on their hands, and they want to try and get everything established as much as they can and please the shareholders prior to that big loss, because it's going to be an absolute horror show when that comes through.
Or they have to massively pivot their business at that point to like how to being an IP management company rather than a miniature production company.
I mean, it'd be very much like Wizard of the Coast kind of thing.
Yeah. Which there's a model for doing that incredibly successfully, and it is Wizard of the Coast, and then Hasbro come in, and then but that's a different rant.
That's a very different rant for a very different conversation. In 40K, like I've seen like my entire modus operandi change around it to focus more on the gameplay, because I can have productive conversations about the gameplay of Warhammer 40K and just like kind of the feeling and the style of it. But then like when it comes to like the fluff, I I know like people are like, you should just ignore the comments. Guys, that only works so much. When you have like that constant deluge of negativity. I actually watched an anime recently. I don't remember its name off the top of my head, but it's a streamer girl finds a vampire and tells the vampire, like, hey, I got canceled online, but like if you help me make a comeback and get 1 million followers on like their version of YouTube or whatever the fuck, I will let you suck me dry, kind of a thing. I will let you drink all my blood. And the vampire agrees. But it comes down to like there's this major problem in the story where she is actively like traumatized by the negative comments, that she is discouraged. It's described as like, it's shown as like these words and these negative comments are like circling her like vultures, and like it's a tornado of negativity that surrounds her. And I'm like, that is the best way to show how I fucking feel when like I have like that deluge of fucking negativity hitting me all at once. Because one positive comment is very strong, but like the sea of negativity, it fucks with you. It's the equivalent of like being laughed off a stage. Like, people don't understand, and they can't possibly understand unless they go through it themselves, like how fucked it is to get hit with that. And this isn't me like bitching and whining about it. This is me like genuinely saying like, you don't know what it's like until it happens to you. And I don't mean this to be like mean or cruel or vicious, but like on TikTok, I would just scroll through, and even as I'm deleting comments, they are sticking with me. Because it's just like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking idiot. Insert negative, very negative words, very charged words about my character and who I am. And it killed my drive to talk about Fluff and 40K that wasn't on stream. When I have people here with me to bounce off of. Because it's just, what was the point? It didn't matter that, like, one of my most popular fucking topics was, like, I don't remember what, like, my most popular lore video was on TikTok. Because, like, that's how much, like, I've removed myself from it.
Days. But I think it was one of the ones that was very important at the time, whether it was one of the factions or one of the, or it might have been Badab, actually.
It might have been Badab, but, like, I genuinely don't care. Like, I shot down just, like, so much. Where I just, like, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to see it. Because, like, it was just that constant circling of negativity around me, and I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. And
again,
it
like,
broke my soul, basically.
Yeah, but it will do that. I mean, so for me and Splee80, who's in the chat, we have both not been directly affected, but we certainly witnessed this from our friend who's also a YouTuber and was a very big one in one particular franchise, where we would see the effect of that, where you'd have the negativity and the abuse and the other bits going on and what the damage it can cause. And it is not a pleasant thing to see in any way, shape, or form. You know, just to witness, let alone experience it, when you got the constant shadow around, it's just a very, very nasty affair. So the fact that you've had the maturity to actually get out of that and then start afresh and get it here is, you know, probably the best decisions you've made.
Oh, easily.
Professionally and for your own health.
Easily. And I am posting on TikTok again, but it's nothing. I'm posting trailers for videos on YouTube. Because I'm like, yeah, whatever. Whoever sees it, sees it. And I'm back on my TikTok right now. I'm using the browser. But, like, my most popular video is 40K current events. And that's talking about, like, fuck. Yeah, I was talking about Pariah Nexus and the Leviathan campaign in the wrapping up of of Arcs of Omen. And now, like, I have people from TikTok coming to YouTube now, and they're like, oh my god, I thought you were dead. I thought you were gone. And I'm like, no,
Nope.
you just didn't see it. Because either TikTok didn't show you, or you didn't care. And
Yeah, I suspect the former over the latter, but yeah, you do get the.
and
the
by the way,
latter a little bit wrong.
the you don't care bit, it's not supposed to be like vindictive. It's not supposed to be like. I know it came off as vindictive, and I'm sorry about that. I'm just moody, but you don't care, and like, am I supposed to make you care? Like, if you didn't care to follow me, you didn't care. Like, I can't change what you care about and what you want. If you don't want to see my content, then okay. What can I do about that? Like, not much. I had people say that they preferred my lazier content over my more produced and more accurate content. Because it was just easily digestible, and I'm like, how? I am talking your fucking ear off. With nothing.
But also, like, cool, that's not, like, artistically satisfying for me, and this has to be a thing that I enjoy doing.
Yeah, if I...
So-
Yeah.
I know, like, we're back on this topic now, but, like, I did not enjoy making TikToks. I don't. Like, I had to make a video every day, or else, like, I slipped. And it was not fun to see that. It was not fun to go through that. So, like, trying to just survive was a nightmare. And then, like, then I started talking about stuff that, like, I enjoyed, so that way I could share it. And then, like, I found out, like, yeah, I wanna be an innkeeper. I want to bring people into the hobby. But then, like, trying to talk about stuff, about the fluff and everything, and just people saying, like, you're wrong. And I'm like, what do you mean I'm wrong? And, like, there were those people. One person, like, when I made the Matthew Ward video, someone said, like, you're dead wrong about this. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they proved me wrong. I'm like, oh, well, that enlightened me. That educated me. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
I learned a
Yeah,
lot.
educated quite a few of us, including me, and I'm deep in that era.
Yeah, and that was... I corrected myself immediately. But then, like, there were the people who were like, you're wrong. And I'm like, I have the book right fucking here. What do you mean I'm wrong?
I mean, also there was all the controversy. The female custodians, of course, was the big one
Yeah,
at the time. But
that-
there was only like what 3 paragraphs.
That it wasn't even a paragraph, it was a fucking sentence. And not even a sentence, a word. A single word. She. And oh my god, the floodgates open, the people that don't shower. Oh my god. And then, like, I went, like, something that a lot of people need to do. Go outside,
Take a
talk
shower.
to people. Like, this is something that I did because I was so inundated with, like, everybody can't be this way, right? Like, they can't be this way. I then went down to my local game shop, and it was not that. Everybody at my local game shop was either like, yeah, no, now I get to, like, have custodies. I get to have sexy custodies. I'm happy about that. Or, like, hey, I get to have more interesting custodies. I'm happy about that. Or, like, I could care less. I play orcs. Who the fuck cares? And then there was, like,
Yeah,
the people...
as long as they give me shiny hats for ornaments, that's all I care about.
And then, like, I run into the other people. It's like, I don't like it. I'm like, why don't you like it? And their response was, it still does not explain to me how custodies are made. I want that. Please give that to me. And I'm like, oh. So you just want, like, an explanation about, like, how custodies are made. And it's like, yes, that's it. And then, like, of course,
Yeah.
there was the one person who's like, oh, it's woke, it's bullshit. And I'm like, and we all just stare at him. We all just stare at him like, is that all you're here to do? Because you don't even have models to play.
All I can picture is just that's. I think Willem knows. Do you know the Peter Kay adverts of John Smith's No Nonsense where he's got the bar? It's just
Yes.
the entire clip go, "You're bad."
Like, Twitter is the worst example of, like, the 40k community, in my opinion. Like, 4chan, even 4chan has, like, the people that will police it kind of a thing, where it's just like, you need to calm the fuck down.
Yeah, you actually have mods in that, as opposed to Twitter, where you have no mods, or X should be these days.
I'm not calling it X. I
No,
refuse. But it comes down to just like the screechers on Twitter. They have the advantage of having no lives, so they can post constantly. Why do you think like people like Grums and all them, they don't do anything all day? They just sit there and bitch and whine. That's it. They've got nothing else going on.
And yet they don't give us any cheese to go with the wine.
Yeah, I find it. I don't know if this is true, but I just want to say it anyway because screw Grums. Is it true that allegedly they are actually the Blizzard breast milk guy?
No, times don't match up, but it's funny to think that he is.
Okay, fair.
And he already lies
I
in...
want context, but don't want context regarding that.
Oh, he worked for Blizzard in the 90s. The milk thief stuff was like late 2000s, early 2010s.
Okay.
Oh dear.
But
also, welcome Blueinator. Miss you
Blue.
joining in earlier on.
Don't be scared. Like literally, it's just a pathetic man who literally got divorced because he was so skeevy in his life that his wife divorced him and took the kids.
Goodness me.
He is such a piece of shit that the only validation he gets now is literally screaming on the internet that it's woke, and got kicked out of the Monster Hunter community, 40K, and so on, because he needs to latch on to things to say it's woke to promote a game that's never coming out.
I laughed so hard when they all tried to jump on a Trench Crusade, and they were just like,
We don't want you.
Just like, no.
And they didn't even have any ammo. Like, they didn't even have any ammo because, like, the people at Trench Crusade went like, no, you're just genuinely unpleasant people. And they're
also, at the time, Trench Crusade was being published by 28 magazine, the magazine that has the female Space Marine competition.
Yes. And
every year. Yes.
I need to know more about this competition. I missed this one.
But it's a competition it's a painting competition for female Space Marines.
Oh, nice. Right, I'm gonna have to say that to one of the friends that Splee and I know, Faye. She is a I think the way to describe she describes herself as a Futch trans femme auntie from Brooklyn, and she's really gone to 40K. She loves a Gundam, and she was the one who made that meme picture I sent to you. Just how fascinating! Please tell me more of the woman custodies in the Hammer and Bolter.
Oh my god!
Video thing.
Hold on, sorry. I just I've been clicked off of my stream program for a bit here, and I'm like, oh man, it's a very chill it's like a very chill stream day, but wait, I've only been streaming for an hour and 58 minutes. What? I click on the program. I'm like, whoa, what the shit? Oh, that's fun. My program froze on me without telling me.
Rude. And welcome back from the ads, Blue. So we did say hello to you, but I think you were being hawked off with Billy Mays or 40K Billy Mays. In fact, I want to see that. I want to see a Necron version of Billy Mays trying to sell Necron tech to the other dynasties as they wake up. That would be so perfect.
But yeah, getting off Twitter, getting off these fucking platforms that want to make me die, so fucking good. Now, has Blue Sky been perfect? No, I'm telling people constantly, guys, stop sharing shit from Twitter. Let it die. Just let the corpse die. We don't need to see anything from them. They're fucking idiots over there. And
it's a weird one for me. I rely on Twitter still because of the radio stuff that I do, and unfortunately, a lot of companies haven't transferred across.
They're slowly starting to now.
Yeah, they're starting to. I mean, it was a very telling thing at EGX MCM last year, which was great. I actually bumped into Iron Warrior Cosplay, who actually lives down the road from me, which I didn't realize, which is quite a surprise. Which I sent in my Iron Warriors mug at the end, and every single person who was at this one talk, none of them mentioned their Twitter account. They were all find me Blue Sky. It was every single. We're talking 30 people. It was like, oh, that's a big change. That is a very big shift. That is a lot. That says a lot about just the industry in general. That people from AAA's all the way down to indie games are now moving on to this, which is great to see.
Yeah, and
Also,
Blue Sky did announce recently, like, they have surpassed Twitter in user use. So, like, that's really big, and companies are starting to notice. But I bring this up because 40K has had such a screecher look from these people, and like when the female custodies thing happened, it was night and day. There was the very two clear sides of 40K to everyone. There was the people that were losing their minds over a fictional bodyguard being a woman, and the people who were just like, oh, cool update. The rules kind of suck, though. I'm sorry. Because remember, Custodies, when they first dropped, were terrible.
But like Death Watch.
But then, like, there was that very clear divide, and I needed a refresher on, like, hey, 40K isn't like this, right? Remarkably, people in public act a lot more normal than they do online. People act inflammatory online to get reactions, and then, like, you talk to them in real life, they're the most reasonable people you'll ever meet.
Plus, you don't get punched in the face online.
Yeah, plus you don't get punched in the face online. And you talk to these people in person and everything, and you learn, like, so much. And, like, you learn the nuances of their opinions and their topics and everything. I don't like female custodies because, like, as one person put it, it doesn't explain fuck all about the custodies to me, and it pisses me off because I want that explanation. And I'm like, but they're never going to explain it. It's like, that's what pisses me off. They're never going to explain it. And I'm like, do you need everything explained to you? And it's like, I would prefer it. I'm like, okay, well, that's just a creative opinion from you. But you don't have a problem with it being a woman. It's like, no, that's fucking stupid. Why is it a problem now? Kind of a thing. Like, why is it a problem that a fictional thing is a woman? Who gives a shit? Why?
I mean, of all things, I'm actually shocked that they were so angry about it. It's like, wait, so you're telling me that you are now denying the opportunity for some of the most egregious Rule 34 productions ever to be created, and you have a problem with this? And despite you're the same ones who want to have the goth dommy mommy nonsense. I'm sorry.
You know what? That's the thing. These people are also generally anti-porn. No. They're getting really evangelical about it. Yeah.
Yeah, even though they are the horniest motherfuckers you'll ever see, and then wonder why women won't sleep with them.
X'd out.
Again, like, I watched that video today, and it's basically just like, they became the very thing they hated.
So we've all just become Obi-Wan Kenobi, just go, you have become that which you swore to destroy.
Exactly. It's the reactionaries have become the reactionaries.
What a bloody shame.
And it's just like, okay. But,
Also, that's what the missus put in. Hi, Billy Necron here. Yeah.
Hey, Billy Necron here!
We need to see this. We need to have a Billy Necron, or what's his name? Cut me on throat Dibbler from Discworld.
Just
with his questionable hot dogs.
Just to have a picture of AG just at the bar with Billy Necron, like trying to sell him on a fucking Tesseract vault.
Yes. Oh, that'd be so good. But that's not all. I just picture like hawking to Imatech or to Trazen to say, "Hey, you really want to buy this for your collection?"
Oh god, but yeah, like it's why like I've gotten back into the game of 40K, because genuinely, just talking with people and just being able to play in person again is so nice. It's so wonderful. Like, it's why I've been doing those tournament videos, and like this actually comes back to like why I was so upset at the last tournament I played in, because I fucked up. Like, I fucked up rulings, and I didn't want to be seen as a cheater. I didn't want to be seen as like this person that fucks up and screws over his opponent. And my opponent was like, "Oh, dude, I didn't give two flying fucks. This isn't like a LVO." And that was so reassuring to hear, but I was still so upset that I fucked up. Because, like, I was trying to, like, learn how to do an LVO properly with, like, speaking with intent, not fucking up the rules as much as possible. And...
Again, you have to make mistakes to learn anyway, so that's something they would have understood, and it is scary as hell when you make those mistakes, because, I mean, I've done it before, outside of 40k in other contexts, both in a professional and a hobby standpoint.
Yeah, and even the
and
tournament...
it is horrendous.
Like, when I made that fuck up, I thought we were so far into the match that I'm like, fuck, I'll just take the DQ. I'll just take the DQ. And the guy's like, hold on. Like, the organizer went like, hold on, my guy. Like, hold on. We don't need to DQ you. You admit you made a mistake. And you're trying to figure out a way to fix it. Don't jump to the extreme option yet. How far deep into it are you? And like, we're just into the shooting phase in the second turn. And he's like, oh, sick, you can roll that back. Like, you just do this and this. And I'm like, what? Like, like, my brain was just completely fried at that point. Like, of course, like, there were other emotional problems going on with me, but, like, I just was fried. I didn't know what to do. And, like, they solved it so quickly. We resolved it so quickly, and my brain's just like, now when I'm thinking back to it, I'm like, that went so fucking smoothly, and my opponent didn't even see me as, like, a cheat. He's like, no, it's a genuine mistake. Because the 40k app, why didn't you update the rules, GW? Why didn't you update the rules to tell me that I can't deep strike turn 1, motherfucker?
Wait, oh, they changed that again. They gone back to 5th edition, have they?
Yeah.
It's right. It's really stupid. So you can deep strike in from strategic reserve, but the part that tells you can't deep strike turn 1 is in the deploying your army step of setting up a game.
If you click on the deep strike rule, it does not tell you that.
No.
And that's extremely frustrating.
Because theoretically they could design scenarios where you can in fact deep strike turn 1. Like that's why they've done it that way, but it's like a really it's like, no, this should be the rule, and then there are exceptions rather than
increase the text box size, add in asterisks unless the mission parameters say otherwise.
So, because I wanted to go find it, by the way, I put in the broadcasting room chat the model that won the female Space Marine challenge.
I'll have a look at that once another Supremacy game done.
I would highly recommend showing that to your stream watchers because it is
in the game chat.
Incredible. It's in the broadcasting room chat. Yeah.
Ooh, broadcasting room. Okay. Ooh, chat. Oh, that is sick. That is cool, chat. Look at that. Oh my god.
In the words of Walsma, my dad's heart.
That's good shit, chat.
So what part about this makes it weaker because it's a female character in it? Like, in any way, shape, or form?
I recognize where this came from. That's the Devastator fucking Sergeant's backpack scanner. Oh my god. Is it like, okay, I'm gonna say this. This reminds me of that claymation fucking thing. It was a horror movie on like Shudder. What was it called? It's that like...
Oh, do you mean the one with Mark Twain?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, where they meet Satan.
Mad World. Shit. I think it's Mad World. Yeah.
If people want to find it, that is in Volume 5 of 28 magazine, which is all available for free online. So you can go find that.
Absolutely stunning.
And like other entrants that place as well. They're also really cool. But yeah.
Also, I'm just like continuing to go through the vault here, just like going over like White Dwarfs and everything, and just like, I do like talking about Warhammer lore. I do like it. I do enjoy talking about it, and like talking about like the 40k like tournament games has really given me like perspective on how to like talk about battles and stuff within 40k.
Yeah.
Like I do plan to talk about fluff again, but like I'm gonna add in like the extra context stuff. You need to remember, these are told from the perspectives of very biased people.
I like the I can't remember. I think it was a Warcom article recently, and they were talking about I think it was writing lore for it was either Old World or 40k, and like one of the things asked is like, what about this thing? And the guy who's the writer's like, well, that's like what we refer to in our studio as gaps. These are deliberately put into our lore to allow the player to create their own backstory for that thing. And I'm just, like, yeah. There's a group of like absolutist people like online who will hate you saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been part of that because when I first started in 40k studying and lore writing, because I've been making homebrew chapters since 2007. Next month is my 18th anniversary of doing that in the hobby. Because that's why I joined the Bolton Chainsword. Now, the Bolton Chainsword has the Lee Bear section I talked about before. In the old days, before they made me a mod there, that was a very, very absolutist, strict, almost Imperium level of these are the rules. You cannot have female Space Marines. You cannot have Traitor Legion Gene Seed. You cannot have Chimeric Gene Seed without good reason being 21st founding and all things falling apart. There was a lot of that, and those absolutist things where they have the gaps to allow you, like the whole purpose of the 2nd and 11th Legions was actually for other people to make their own legions and chapters back in Rogue Trader. That was their purpose. Things have grown over time, but those gaps are there for that purpose. I mean, the Pentarchy of Blood, the Novaterra Interregnum, the Moire Schism, which I would like them to expand a little bit more on, just to give us the chance maybe to use old Firstborn stuff in.
I would like Novaterra Interregnum. I would very much like a political book on Novaterra Interregnum.
Yeah, I mean, something like the old Adam Blight, but that would be fantastic to see.
But I'm also sitting here just like, now I've had a terrible idea hit me, and I'm like,
oh no,
I should share the history of all my created Space Marine chapters.
Yes. I will happily listen to that as the resident person who's made. Let's see. In terms of color schemes, 100 plus. In terms of written lore, from full articles, approximately 7. From short articles, approximately 12. And some which are just in my head. So,
I need to show the cringe. I need to show like, yeah, no guys, like 40k is so super fucking unserious. Here's my creation from when I was 12. Like chat, I still have my actually original. I'm gonna admit something here. That's super fucking cringe. You'll never find it. I have since long purged it from the internet. You'll never find it. But
never challenge chat.
Never challenge chat, I guess. But back in the day, chat, back when I was late junior high, early high school, I was a brony.
Yeah. So was I. I was in university.
But I tried to write a fanfiction where it was 40k, Full Metal Alchemist, and My Little Pony.
Given how much 40k brony stuff there was, I mean, there's the famous artwork of the Horus Heresy, but it's Princess Luna and Princess Celestia, which went viral.
The plan was, in my opinion, to I also forgot, like, I wanted to also include what was it called? Tsubasa Chronicles, the anime.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it was that kind of fucked.
Blue thinks they've read that once, so someone remembers.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh, it was terrible. The plan was to like corrupt 4 of like the main characters of like My Little Pony. Like Rarity was gonna be Slaanesh, Rainbow Dash was gonna be fucking Korn, Fluttershy was gonna be Nurgle, and I think like
Pinkie
Twilight
Pie
was gonna be
Zinch.
Zinch.
Yeah, come on, Pinkie Pie's gotta be Zinch, hands down.
Yeah,
that stuff she does.
And
she's pink.
And like my Space Marine chapter was like the coolest of the cool guys, you know, the Iron Guardians, that kind of thing. It is a time where I look at that and go, what was I on?
How not to write a chapter.
How not to write a chapter. You know, I'll save it for the next stream, because like next Sunday I will happily go over all my created chapters, like all my created factions.
So what you're saying, boss, is we have a new stretch goal.
Not a stretch goal, because I just plan on doing it.
Oh, No. I mean specifically about the Brody chapter.
No. We were on Friendship is Magic Drug. I guess so. It's
And
one of those
Hormones
things
to
like
some
where
as
I'm like
well.
I'm a little bit more comfortable talking about it now, because like I'm like it was a part of my like adolescent years. Whatever.
Also, it was a really, also, it was a really genuinely good show. That's the
Yeah.
like, the fandom got cringe, but
What fandom isn't cringe at this point?
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
the Brody fandom went off the deep end. In fact, one of the persons who's in another chat that Splee and I are in, they actually used to organise the BrodyCons in the UK, or they were a big part of that. So they knew the ins and outs. I was someone who got into it because it was a genuinely funny show, because a lot of the guys who worked on the Transformers Prime group were in the studio opposite, in Studio B. So they would hop across, and there was a lot of interaction and intermingling between the Transformers fans and also the My Little Pony fans. So you had that link between them, and it was genuinely entertaining. The music was great. Some of the storylines were fun, but also it was very accessible, which made it so good.
I
And then
love
the fans
Transformers
just went
Prime.
nuts.
I think it's like one of the best Transformers shows out there.
I mean, have you read Transformers Exiles of Exodus yet?
I've not.
Okay, that is your next book to get, because that is the prequel to Prime. Because it's basically the prequel to the Aligned Universe. That speech that Ratchet talks about in when Optimus loses his memories, becomes Orion Pax.
Oh,
That
yeah.
speech that he gave in the council, it's in the book.
I also need to watch Transformers 1. I need to watch that.
Oh, absolutely. You do need to watch that.
Because like
It's
I watched
fantastic.
Overly Sarcastic Productions breakdown of it. I've watched like a few other breakdowns of it. I'm like, God damn it, the advertising fucked me on this one.
Well, yeah, for good reason. They didn't really. The current theory that's making around, which is probably complete crackpot theory with a tinfoil hat on, was they didn't want to have a film about overthrowing the government during the elections campaign.
Boo! If that's the case, boo! Boo this man! Ah! That's
Yeah,
boo worthy.
yeah, Transformers 1, well worth watching. I actually spoke to one of the toy designers at EGX, because they were there because it was the 40th anniversary of Transformers in 2024. So I actually got to talk with the designer of some of the toys. He actually signed some of the art I had, some of the boxes I had. And it was that whole thing where the fault wasn't with Hasbro, it was Paramount. And Paramount had a history. So I actually spoke with the local cinema, which is like a local, not a chain cinema, like View or something, and they got nothing. They were cursing Paramount, because it's not the first time Paramount's done this. They've done the bare minimum for their films,
Yeah.
which is such a shame, because it's such a good film. It does change a few things up here and there, but the music is great. The character development of D16 to becoming Megatron, the whole story with Sentinel Prime, Orion Pax, you see this grow. And when Splee and I watched it together, it wasn't quite good, because were it not for Transformers, as I said to Evan, who works at Hasbro, if it wasn't for the original 1984 pilot episodes, which I have a VHS of from my after school club, and her watching Armada, then the movie in 2007, we never would have met.
Ooh.
So Transformers is a very, very important root point for the pair of us.
Oh god, what's my like 40K Halo and Mega Man are extremely important to me. I'm very weird about that. Aw, that's so cute. That's adorable. I don't have that kind of connection with my wife, actually. Like, we didn't have, like, that formative thing that brought us together, because they didn't have those formative things. Which, like, I guess it's, like, really sad to say, but, like, they're much better now. But, now they're getting to have, like, those experiences with me, and I'm very happy about it, because, like, we're reading... She actually, so, we actually just finished Thrawn, the first Thrawn book, actually.
Oh, nice.
And
These
now...
are
As in, like, Dark Force Rising, or as
No,
in, like,
the new ones.
or Heir to
like,
the Empire, rather? Oh, the new ones, right.
yeah. We should do a book club about that soon. But right now we're also reading Thrawn Alliances, and that got a genuine laugh out of both of us, because like there's a scene in the book that flashes back to like Thrawn meets Anakin. They're working together to solve a mystery kind of a thing, and it's just like they're traveling back to like a ship they capture, like a separatist ship they captured together, and it's basically like Anakin's confirming to him like, we are using the separatist ship, right? And Thrawn just looks at him and says, well, yeah, I'm not using my ship. Are you gonna use your ship? You know, the one that's currently like in fucking trees right now, because it's a mess. But like he says it with like that dry sarcasm. He says it with the dry sarcasm. And
Thrawn very much. I mean, Blue gets it right. He does scare people because he is the most dangerous kind of antagonist. Very similar to Tywin in Game of Thrones.
They do in his first book, in the first book here for the new Thrawn book series. They actually do explain, like he actually does explain his beliefs. And I actually really am grateful because it's a private conversation between him and his Moriarty, basically. Like, he's supposed to be like the Sherlock Holmes, and like the other guy, Night Swan, is supposed to be his Moriarty, and Night Swan is like, oh, I'm the Sherlock Holmes, and you're Moriarty, kind of a thing. And like Thrawn's like, oh yeah, you could totally view me like that, and that's fine. He basically explains it as like, hey, no, I know the Empire is, like, completely evil and fucked. I fully get that. And Night Swan's like, then why do you work for them? Like, why do you help them? And he responds with, and thusly, because there are things scarier than the Empire. There are things out there that are worse than the Empire.
Or something?
In the original, it was the Yuzan Vong. In the new series, it's the Grisk, which are basically a race of aliens who have... They're basically like the Drukhari from 40k.
Oh, nice.
So with the Yuzan Vong.
Yeah, it's basically like the Yuzan Vong, but you see it in the third book, Treason, where the Grisk break people to such an extent that they are absolutely loyal. Like, they have perfected it. And Thrawn's talking about that evil. Like, he's like, yeah, no, I will happily use the Empire to fight that. Or use them to distract them. It's one or the other, not both. And
makes sense.
Like, Night Swan does call him out on it. He's like, you're fine with the Empire doing all these egregious crimes. He's like, no, I'm not, but what do you want me to do about it? As you say, I'm politically stupid. I can't tell. Like, I don't know what to do. So what do you want me to do about it? Because if I try to move something, as I've been explained to by my aide and my best friend, I'm going to damage things. And I've done that. Good people got hurt because of me, and I can't do anything about it. So what do you want me to do? And, like, it does come down to, like, okay, so you are pro-authoritarian. But Thrawn says, I'm pro-authoritarian to a point. I am okay with authoritarianism when there is chaos. There should be order, and people should have freedom when order is restored. He does not care about the methods in which it is used to get that order back, which is like where it's like, oh, that's kind of fucked up and problematic, my guy. But he does not care because it gets results, and that's what he cares about. And
but it's also the inherent problem that there is never going to be a state of peace that he will be comfortable with.
Yeah,
because if you have that mindset, then you're never going, like, there. It is never going to be anything other than 5 minutes to midnight at that point, because there's always going to be a potential threat. That's the end goal. That's the end point of that ideology. But it is never enough.
And that's actually the really cool thing, is that he's trying to prove himself wrong. He's trying to do that.
Yeah.
And he actually, like, he does the thing where, like, he extends the hand to Night Swan, his enemy through the entire book, who's fucked him over, like, several hundred times. And he's like, no, you have value, you have worth. You can actually, like, make bigger changes than what you think. If you come with me, I will help you. And Night Swan's like, oh, so you want me to join the Empire? No, I don't want you to join the Empire. I want you to help my people. I want you to go to the Chiss Ascendancy. Because he truly values this guy's, like, ethics and planning and everything. He sees it as a big help. But, like, Knights One says, I can't do that. Because, like, then I'd be abandoning the people here. And I need to look after them. And this is where Thrawn's like, I knew you wouldn't have accepted my offer because you are just that honorable, and I respect that. And hence why I give you my promise right now that should your people surrender, I will make sure they will not harm anyone. And he's like, you know some are still going to get hurt. And he's like, probably, but I will do my best to reduce as much harm as possible. And I'm like, oh, this makes him so much more complicated. And the only reason he's not able to go through with that promise is Governor Pryce blows them all up.
Governor Pryce.
It's why in Rebels they say the Aldhani, like not the Aldhani incident, the ensuing incident that made Thrawn into a Grand Admiral, like Callus is the one to bring it up. It's like
Batone.
Yeah, Batone. That wasn't Thrawn's fault. That was Pryce's fault. And he fully knows she did it. And he calls her out, like, in a private meeting. Because, like, he and his partner, Eli, they know she did it. And Thrawn is with her in a conference room. And he's like, so how'd you do it? And she just goes, what? How did you blow up the entire base? How did you do it? Because I'm going to fucking sink you. And she turns it around on him and says, you need me. Because I know politics and you don't. And you need allies right now. And I can smooth the waves for you. And since he doesn't have proof that she did it, he's kind of fucked out of, like, any repercussions for her. But it's very clear that, like, she's on thin fucking ice with him from the entirety from that point on. And that incident where, like, with the TIE Defender project, since she fucked up, he was gonna, like, he's like, I'm a Grand Admiral now. I can get away with whatever the fuck I want. I'm gonna do that to you.
Hence his final line, just, I will deal with you later. With the wonderful organs playing in the background.
Oh yeah, he was fully planning on, like, nah, you are an absolute disgrace, and I'm gonna fucking toss you into space. And no, like, this is not me, like, saying Thrawn is a good person. Like, he's a very complicated person. That's why I like him. In, like, this new...
I was gonna say he literally enslaves a race. This is not like the...
Yeah,
he just had a little boo-boo, that's all.
In this new one, he doesn't. Like, he doesn't do that.
I know, but...
I like that. I like this change about Thrawn, is that, like, he doesn't enslave a race, because it just logically doesn't make sense, like, why he would do that. And, like, I know, like, people like old Thrawn a lot more than, like, new Thrawn. Do I think new Thrawn is perfect? No. There are, like, Thrawn treason just, like, kind of makes him... Like, he can't do no wrong in Thrawn treason. He just, like, wins a battle because, like, oh, I planned everything out meticulously and perfectly, even though, like, in the originals, he, like, couldn't do that. He's like, no, I can base it around, like, behaviors, art, and culture. But, like, he totally predicts somebody's entire war plan and movement, and it's just like, oh, he wins without casualties. It's like, come on. Come on. You did so well in book 2, like, 2 and 1. Why are we doing this here? But then, like, the thing that I like the most about Thrawn in modern Star Wars is what they actually did in the Ahsoka show with him trying to understand the Force and magic. And, like, he knows, like, his troopers are going to get turned into zombies. And he's like, I do need this, but, like, he's blunt and honest with his troopers. And I like that. He's like, yeah, no, like, this is clearly dark magic. It's going to fuck you up. You do not have to do it. Like, only volunteers, only those who want to volunteer will be subjected to it. But, like, if none of you want to volunteer, I'm fine with that. I'll just get the mercenaries to do it. They have no fucking worth or value.
Yeah. But yeah, the level of loyalty he commands, because he does get dirty with them. He's not just someone who will mindlessly send them off to this, that, and the other, which makes him such a unique character in certainly the Imperial side of things.
And again, I get it. People liked it when he was more ruthless, when he was a lot more like cold and strategically minded, and not like, nah, I'm gonna like enslave these people because like they're useful, kind of a thing. I know people liked it about like. What can you say about a man? He is meant to be a villain.
He's meant to be a villain. Like he's meant to be a villain on the level of like a Palpatine or a Darth Vader, but just with a completely different mindset and a different like way of operating.
Yeah, like come on, like when he makes the New Republic shit their pants for like a week on Coruscant because he like learned how to throw meteors at them from space. What the fuck can you say about that?
Well, I genuinely love that entire sequence because the whole what Timothy Zahn did with Dark Force Rising and like the Thrawn trilogy is, I think he was kind of riffing on the state of Star Wars books at the time, because the Star Wars books at the time were X thing is as bad as Death Star. Oh wait, there's another Death Star, or there's another Death Star like weapon, you know, dark sabers, etc., etc. And Thrawn's whole thing is, I don't need a Death Star. I just need you to think I have a Death Star.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, oh, that's like way more interesting, like as a villain.
Yeah, it's
the thing that made Tywin so special in Game of Thrones was that he was a flawed character, but he was also that cold level of ruthless, which was very rare to see, with everyone just going on their emotions only. He calculated and saw and planned things to make those reactions that we saw then.
It also comes down to like in the books, I really like that we have like the other perspective of Eli Vanto in those books. They still have the other guy from the original books. I'm forgetting his name. Like it is supposed to be like he's what's his name from like Sherlock Holmes, like his assistant.
Oh, Pelion.
Watson.
Yeah. Pelion is supposed to be his Watson, but like we have Pelion. Pelion's still there. Pelion was actually seen in
Boba Fett. Mandalorian.
Yeah, Mandalorian. So he's still alive. He's still there. And he's still loyal to Thrawn.
He's one of the he's one of the captains. That he's the one that questions
Moff Gideon.
Thingme from Gideon. Yeah, I was going to say Thingme from Breaking Bad.
We would have known.
But so what it comes down to is just Eli Vanto is a really good character too. He's in the book the entire time with Thrawn. He's basically like, yeah, I'm a space cadet. I'm gonna be like become a trucker for like the Empire, and then I'm gonna try to get as a supply officer aboard a Star Destroyer, ship of the line kind of a thing. But he's on the edge of known space. He's on the edge of like where Thrawn lives, kind of a thing, right? So you can guess how much the inner sphere likes the yokel.
Yeah.
And he's fully aware of it. He's like painfully aware of it. And he's on the ship that finds Thrawn, and since he's the only one from that part of space that knows how to speak Sybisti, he's forced as Thrawn's translator for the entire book. And he's just like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. This guy is clearly letting on more than he knows, kind of a thing. And that's where, like, Thrawn catches it, and he's like, you're smarter than you give yourself credit for, or you are intentionally sabotaging yourself. What are you doing? And it's this really fun relationship dynamic where Thrawn is trying to make Eli into like the next kind of Thrawn, but like in Eli's own way. And Eli goes from like, I fucking hate this guy, I don't want anything to do with him, he is sabotaging me in every way, shape, and form, to like, you know, I kind of want to stick around this guy, because like, yeah, he can be kind of frustrating, but I kind of like him solving the mysteries in front of me. I kind of like it.
Plus, being around him is very healthy for my lifetime.
And then, like, there's a point in the book where Thrawn and him get called back to Coruscant, because like Thrawn's constantly getting hauled back to Coruscant to like face a court-martialing, essentially. And he goes into the, like, Thrawn goes into the meeting, Eli's hanging outside, he's still just an aide. He's like, I've been an aide, like, I don't know what to do, I'm just kind of hanging out here. And then some lady approaches him, and she's a lady of esteem, she works for a Moth. And she's like, oh yeah, my Moth has been watching your career with interest. And he would like to, like, put you through, like, the training and everything to become a captain of a ship of the line kind of a thing. And he's like, oh, that's, like, a really great opportunity. But then he stops himself and starts thinking, like, wait a second. Why? And he starts reasoning out. It's like, oh my god. Thrawn's not getting court-martialed. He's getting promoted. And that's the only reason you've taken interest in me. And she's like, you don't want to make a powerful enemy? And he's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna stick by Thrawn. And throughout, like, half of the book, he's getting passed over for promotions, while Thrawn's being raised to, like, second lieutenant, to captain, to commodore. He is standing there as a fucking ensign the entire time. And he's just like, nah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine being in the shadow. But Thrawn is fuming, because he's like, why? Why isn't Eli being promoted? This man, this fucking man, is a genius, and no one's recognizing it. Why is he not being promoted? And, like, it takes Price to explain it to him, like, yeah, no, someone politically is fucking with him. And Thrawn's like, politics...
Who is it?
Like, he's not, like, asking, like, who is it? He's like, politics shouldn't play any part in the military. And she's like, it shouldn't, but it does.
Oh, Thrawn. Oh. Politics have been a part of the military since the ancient Roman era. I mean, it's screwed over, I know, a number of people I know who've been in the armed forces.
Exactly. And it's so funny how he learns this, and he's like, then what the fuck do I do?
Promote him yourself.
And eventually, like, they do solve it together. They have to, like, get Tarkin in on it. But, it's so funny, because, Thrawn and him are staying together, and he's just like, yep, Thrawn's getting promoted again. Thrawn's being, like, he's being raised from Commodore to Admiral. Yeah. Yeah, good job, Thrawn. I'm very happy to be your aide. I'm very happy to be your translator. I'm just happy, like, genuinely to be your friend. And then he hears, like, now for Eli Vanto, and he's like, what?
Beg pardon?
Like, pardon?
Am I a great custodian? Am I in charge of the of the rubbish or something?
And then it's so funny because he's like, oh my god, it's finally happening. I'm getting promoted. Oh my god, finally I get to be an officer. Oh man, just hearing the title now, Lieutenant Eli, Second Commander Eli Vanto. What? He's standing there like, what? What do you mean, second commander? What? Hold on, excuse me? I jumped up, like, how many ranks? Excuse me? It's like, yeah, no, apparently someone was gumming up the works, and you should have been promoted, like, 5 times already. What the fuck? And
also, we're a tyrannical government. We can just do that.
Yep.
And it's so funny. It's so fucking funny, because, he... like, Thrawn's standing there all smug and happy that, like, his best friend has now been promoted. And it's just like, oh my god, what the fuck? And he's like, he's constantly, like, patting him on the shoulder, letting him know, like, good job, Commander Vanto. Great work, Commander Vanto. Like, he's building that confidence in him.
Thrawn doing that.
And that was like the greatest moment in the book for Phoenix, because like we're reading it together and she's just like, fucking finally.
Yeah, I have to do that with the Mr. Someone, actually, of us reading something together. In fact, I wouldn't mind reading, I'll say about the Transformers Exiles and Exes novels with that, just to go through those sequences. Although, just to clarify, Han, you put in there 10 years, it's actually 11 this June, not 10. Which time flows differently in the warp.
But yeah, like, I like this characterization of Thrawn. That he's not this Palpatine-esque creature. He's a brilliant military commander, a brilliant character, but he's stupid in places that it matters. He didn't...
Yeah.
Like, he can read people, but he can't understand, like, emotion or when people are hiding things from him. Unless it's, like, something he's actively looking at. Because, like, Eli was able to hide this fuck-up from him for years, and Thrawn was like, I don't understand it. I do not get why Eli's not being promoted. Because Eli just didn't tell him, yeah, no, I chose to fuck myself over for your benefit. Because he doesn't want Thrawn feeling bad, because Eli's aware of people's feelings. And Thrawn is not. And Thrawn is genuinely upset that, like, he can't read those emotions, and I like that. And then the second that he rights a wrong that was made because of him, he is genuinely happy for his friend. And at the end of, like, Thrawn Treason, Eli runs into him again, because Eli goes to work for the Chiss. Because he's like, I can't consciously help the Empire anymore. I can't do it. Not after that planet incident. I can't do that. And Thrawn's like, oh yeah, I fully know that. I can't leave, but you can. What? Take this journal, go to these coordinates, and don't ask questions until you get there. And he's like, oh, okay. And the journal turns out to be the book you're reading.
Oh, damn.
And it's really good.
My people happen to be fascists, but like we're gonna.
Oh, they changed the Chiss a little bit, actually.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I know. It's that thing. Like, yeah, I get why they did that, but it's like sometimes like, oh, come on.
They're still complicated. Like they're still like they still lean towards fascism. But like it's
just flashlights.
But it's like why Thrawn sent Eli there. It's like I kind of want to break them of that mindset that they can't, like, they're fine the way they are, because clearly they're not.
You say flashlight, and my brain just goes, so UKIP.
What was it, the Reform Party?
Reform Now, yeah. Well, I mean, UKIP went full on fascist. Reform are getting there.
True. What fun! Speaking of, you got a fun time ahead now, boss, because you've had a new snap election start.
Yep. It's either going to be in April. I don't remember what they set for the day. Canadian Election Day, 2025. Overview. Oh, I have to vote by March 23rd. Oh no, that was called by March 20th. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, see, that's
Whoops.
the day. What? On a Sunday?
Whoopsie daisies. Key dates. April 28th is election day. Oh, fucking boy. Boys, girls, non-binary pals, this might be the first time in my life I vote liberal. And I'm like,
oh dear.
I am not proud to say that. Mark Carney is a very competent person, but he's a banker. And that's where I'm hesitant on him a little bit. It's like, no, he's very much like...
A little bit. He was a very good banker in the Bank of England in terms of what he did. He was good at that, but it's all the other bits. Again, that's not a compliment to many.
It's not a compliment to many. It's just like, but he has a plan, and genuinely is a lot more stable.
And it's not fiscal easing, so you should generally be fine.
Yeah, and like economically, you can't do better than a banker.
I mean,
most times.
I mean, apart from the chap who worked at Bearings in the 90s.
Yeah, and
I mean,
again, it's better than the alternative right now.
I'll point out our current chancellor is a former banker, and she currently wants to tax the poor. So.
Yeah, because
that's standard banker practice, is it not?
Your Labour Party is just conservatives. You have no Labour Party.
So let's put it this way: there was actually back in the 80s, we had a show called Spitting Image, which was made by Ian Hislop and a few others who basically they would take, you know, that in newspapers you used to get the caricatures of politicians or celebrities with like over-emphasized features. So they took those and made them into latex puppets. In fact, if you've seen Land of Confusion by Phil Collins' band Genesis, that is the characters from Spitting Image, and they would do it every week of parodies of certain stuff going on in the news. I mean, I wish it was back now. This would be prime material for them with what's happening last week.
They brought it back, and it was absolutely toothless.
Yeah, which was a shame. But I really wish it still had the old stuff. There was some good stuff, but yeah, the old was great. And one of the scenes actually is Neil Kinnock, who was the leader of the Labour Party at the time. He had purged out the hard left wing of Michael Foot, Tony Benn. All that was removed after they got absolutely wiped out in 1983 with the election just following the Falklands War and just before the miners' strike. So there's this scene where he's got all these young Labour members of New Labour, and you've got like Ken Livingstone, who becomes the mayor of London. You've got trying to think of the other one. You had Dennis Healey, who's the only member of the old party, and he was the chancellor. And he's doing this whole sequence where so we must become electable. So we become Tories. No, we have their policies. Well, you're getting closer. The whole concept of that was like, this was back in 1987, 10 years before Tony Blair and co swept in on the landslide in the past. And you could see it even then where they became conservative light, because that was the whole neoliberalism in the middle of the ground thing that became marked for people because of just how bad the miners' strike was for many people, with how bad Michael Foot and co was in the late 80s, with what happened with Labour as working in 1979. All that was still there and just was so present that you then have that very live version. In fact, nowadays, I think the closest to the old left we have is Lib Dem.
So, like, I want to make it, like, very clear is that, like, I don't normally, like, my views are very socialist. Like, usually I would vote for the NDP of Canada, the New Democratic Party. To explain the parties here a little bit to my American viewers and to those that don't know, in Canada right now, we have 5 major political parties. I do not want to count the People's Party of Canada because they fucking suck. We have
they just make up the numbers.
We have the Liberals, which politically, socially they're progressive, financially they're conservative. That is the best way to put it. Conservatives, the Conservative Party of Canada is very much just MAGA. Please kill me. I hate them. They are, like, the party itself is garbage. It's trash. Full of that Trump mindset thinking. They will ruin Canada if they get into power. They offer nothing. Nothing but slogans. Then there's the NDP, who I would usually vote for. They're more of the progressively and financially progressive, but they have been, as one member put it when they met the current party leader, Jagmeet Singh, he started out very promising, very loud, very much like, we need to do this and that. Now he's just like, oh, did you donate yet? It's politics have ruined him. Politics have, like, destroyed him, and it sucks. They need a new leader now. They need someone new. And then there's the Green Party, which is... They're supposed to be the party that is very much about, like, greener alternatives, like, very much about climate change, all that kind of stuff. They are very confused about what they want to do financially and socially. Like, they're starting to find a place now, but a little too little, too late kind of a thing. And then there's the Bloc Les Quebec, or the Quebec Les Croix, and they're essentially the Quebec Party.
Yeah, basically the SNP of Quebec.
Yeah.
Which is the Scottish National Party here.
Or Plaid Cymru.
Yeah,
or Plaid, actually. Yeah, that's probably not far off.
Probably Plaid is probably the closer comparison because of the language thing.
And
that's true, yeah. Alba, unfortunately, isn't spoken much anymore.
To remind everyone, we do not vote for a prime minister here in Canada. We do not vote for a president. We vote for a party to be in power.
Yeah. Same here in the UK.
Yeah, we're a parliamentary system.
That kind of thing.
And so when people are like, when the Conservative Party is like, oh, we didn't vote for Mark Carney as prime minister. No, you fucking didn't. The Liberal Party voted for their new party leader, who is the prime minister, because their party is in power. The Conservatives are hoping their base is fucking stupid, which a lot of them are not. But like, people need to understand that, and Americans need to understand that, like, our politics don't work the same way that theirs do.
On the plus side, I think Mark Carney is on track to have a political career longer than a lettuce. So he's doing better than a lot of people.
Oh, the blessed.
He's actually ahead in the polls now, which is shocking.
I know. He's got like a 65% chance of returning a majority government. I saw when.
And I'm like, I'm sitting here like, how the fuck did they manage this? Because I'm like,
there are some weeks last decades. Some decades feel like weeks.
Exactly. And I'm just like, what the fuck, man? What is happening? And like, it's not just here in Canada, it's around the world too. Like, all these like, the Conservatives were set to blow everyone the fuck out in the next election. It's why, like, everyone was so hesitant to call one. Which, by the way, I have problems with that. I have problems that, like, the party in power has to call an election. I do not like that.
That's to introduce fixed-term governments here in the UK, which had its own flaws as well.
Yeah, we're all on the same page there. We need electoral reform, which apparently they're talking a little bit about now, which hopefully it goes somewhere.
Don't forget, a party will never vote to change the system that got it into power.
Yeah, but this system is clearly not working anymore. First past the goalpost.
Yeah.
It needs to be changed to like a popular vote.
Proportional
popular vote.
Size and British. Single transferable is also not the worst option, because then you get essentially the candidate who's the most the least worst option, essentially, is usually the way it's been described, which is actually generally not a terrible way of doing things.
Yeah, and it helps. It helps right now politically in Canada that we are being what's killing the Conservative Party right now is that they talk very much about like how Canada sucks, and Mark Carney and the Liberals are just like, we don't suck, we just need to reprioritize. But like, we can't do that under threat of a fucking psychopath.
I was gonna say, didn't the Conservatives also basically were like, we're gonna pally up to Trump and we're gonna be friends with him, and then it's like, yeah, that's not happening.
It didn't. It shot them in the foot. Like, straight up. Yeah. My premier, Danielle Smith, she went down to America to beg Trump not to do tariffs. And then, like, she's like, yeah, I think I had a very productive conversation. Literally an hour later, I'm levying taxes. I'm levying tariffs. And she's just like, she's standing there on the fucking podium like she just got shot in the face. Like, genuinely, it's hilarious. But,
peace in our time.
But,
hey, Colin.
Hey, T-Com. We're gonna go for like another 24 minutes here before like I get off, because like I'm feeling raw right now.
Yeah, you need to rest and hydrate.
Don't combine those phrases together when you're on stream.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't have combined those phrases, but like it left my mouth before I could stop it. But yeah, so do I see a liberal majority? No. I think I see either a conservative minority or a liberal minority government. Which, by the way, so how politics work in Canada is that, since it's a parliamentary system, we all vote together, kind of a thing. So, like, each party gets together as individuals and votes together on bills. And so it's up to the party that proposes the bill to get parties to work with them to pass the bill. Because it's supposed to be like we work together for our constituents. And with a minority government, it really makes it so you have to do that. That you have to work with the other parties. And with Mark Carney being the way he is, it is very easy to get the Quebec Québécois and the NDP to support him. Because he's offering things to them. It's like, yeah, no, like financially this is a great idea. Let's do it. Whereas the Conservatives are just like, I'm gonna fuck all your constituents over. Why? Because spite. And it's like, that doesn't help anybody.
Sigh.
My god, people working together. Who would have thought that was a good idea?
Together.
I mean, weirdly, we had the thing like here, which is like, so we have a devolved government in Scotland, which has like certain powers are devolved to it's essentially it's a state government in like American terms, and the Scottish Nationalist Party have been essentially the government in Scotland for 15 years, 16 years at this point. I forget exactly when they got in as a majority, and they've had a bunch of scandals and stuff come out about them, and they were essentially looked like they were on the way out. And then Labour got into power, and it's like, yeah, they're just like poll rating just kept going back up and up and up, and it's like, wow, that like this was supposed to be literally it was like 6 months ago they were being talked about like, oh, it's going to be a clean sweep, but Labour are just like going to destroy them in Scotland, and now it's actually like might be a close run thing,
which
like,
is completely shocking. Like,
no, it's not.
It like I'm talking about like all
and,
over the place, right?
Yeah, if you come in and do exactly the opposite of what you said you were going to do, then no, it's not shocking.
In other news, water is wet, sky is blue on a sunny day, and the sun is hot.
Water is not wet.
I mean, and chat, like, do I like politics? No, no one likes politics. Everyone fucking hates it. Like, guys, it's politics to just talk about what you want for fucking dinner. It's annoying because like some people want fucking chicken, other people want steak. And it's just like, okay, can we compromise with pork chops? And everyone's like, fine, we'll get pork. It's like, politics is everywhere. Fuck you. But at the same time, like, we do need to talk about these things, and I do like to educate people about how my country works, as much as I understand it. And do I get everything right? No. Do I get things wrong? Yes. I'm not perfect. I never claim to be. But at the same time, I want people, especially those not in my country, to understand that we do not work the same way the states do. Canada tends to be, my country as it tends to be very physically conservative, but very socially progressive. We are very much an artistic group of people. We very much want to see like the better parts of humanity win out. We had a lot more time to cook in the oven when it came to like developing our country, and a lot
to be fair, you didn't try and fight yourself out of the oven.
We did, but the reason why Canada zigs everywhere America zags is because we still have those principles politically and culturally that, like, so long as you mind your own fucking business, we're fine with you. And
can I ask like a really weird sort of like esoteric question about like your elections?
Sure.
So, do you do the thing like on election nights that we do, where you gather all the candidates for a particular like parliamentary area or whatever together on stage to have their results read out?
I don't think we do.
Oh, that's a shame. Because I mean,
it's great.
That's a shame,
We have Count Bidface next
yeah,
to
the Prime Minister usually.
No,
Yeah.
I think like they're all in like their own respective convention centers.
See that? See
Oh,
that's
such a shame.
that's a shame because it means you don't get to have an equivalent of the monster raving loony party.
Hey. If you because if you decide to join the Monster Raven Looney Party, you are sent a certificate of genuine insanity. These are the geniuses who come up with. Let me bring up their manic festo as they call it.
We had the
They're-
Rhino Party of Canada. We had the Rhino Party of Canada. Their goal, like their stated goal as a political joke, was to make weed legal and alcohol free. Like alcohol is free around Canada. Fuck you.
Right.
Well, I mean,
Here we
they
are.
got one of those.
So here's the manic festo for the recent general election we had. So the Looney Party will build 5 million new homes, fill up 5 million potholes, employ 80,000 teachers, policemen, and NHS staff, and reduce taxes 5%. Yeah, right. Lol. Genuine manic festo. Regarding fly tipping, we will ban all tipping of flies, insects, and zips of any kind. Immigration will replace employees of the border force with GP receptionists. This will dramatically reduce the number of people getting in. Cost of living, we will, to help the cost of living and to raise money for the Treasury, we will convert numbers 10 and 11 Downing Street into a hair salon, which we'll call Government Cuts with a Z on the end. Let's see, along with levelling up, along with the existing government policy for levelling up the North and South, we'll provide free spirit levels to all parties. The MOT is an annual test to show your car is roadworthy. We'll introduce an ROT, an annual test to make sure all roads are car-worthy because of the pothole problems we have. Let's see, and then elections. After the next year election, we will introduce a cooling off period about 3 years in case voters wish to change their minds. There's a whole stack of these ones like migration, net migration. To reduce net migration by making sure that any nets secured more firmly to the ground, stop from moving around. Once in government, we will promise to have more green cards on our roads. Politicians will have fluorescent green cards that everybody can see them coming on the road. That's just some of the ones they had. Like there was one they had for Wales where it was going to be they're gonna introduce a mermaid sanctuary in the Swansea Lagoon.
Yeah. But like they're one of these weird parties that like they keep suggesting things as jokes that eventually actually become policies.
Yeah, they've had about 3 separate things happen.
Yeah. It's like bizarre.
Yeah, no, like in Canada, we just have like the Rhino Party as like our joke party.
The thing is that the Monster
also-
Reaper are just one part of it. We have people who literally pay money to go against prominent political figures, and they can be like the random the tea and biscuit appreciation party, and they're all dressed in like random fancy dress.
Well, in the US,
it's £500 to run in a constituency, I believe.
in the US, we have Vermin Supreme.
Yes, Skaven.
No, he.
So hang on,
Vermin
it's
Supreme
such a shame
is
that I'm
a-
emigrating. Can you imagine
Vermin-
having a Skaven party in this next one, Will?
He's not the Skaven party. He is basically whenever he runs, it's to make fun of whatever the opposing party is. So oftentimes he'll run as a Democrat to make fun of Republicans. Like he's never won. He's never going to win because that's not his intention. He has campaigned on a platform of zombie awareness, time travel research, and promising a free pony to every American.
He's got my vote.
I can't vote.
He also wants to develop zombies so we can use them as renewable energy.
He's definitely in cahoots with the Monster Raven Duty Party.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I have the
I
have the Rhinoceros Party platform right here, but I will.
No. I want to hear this very serious political discussion.
All right. Other campaign promises the Rhinoceros Party has made. Repealing the law of gravity. Fuck you. Providing higher education by building taller schools. Institute English, French, and illiteracy as Canada's 3 official languages. Tearing down the Rocky Mountains so that Albertans could see the Pacific sunset. Eliminating unemployment by abolishing Statistics Canada, thereby eliminating the bureaucrats that measure unemployment. Making Montreal the Venice of North America by damming the St. Lawrence River. Abolishing the environment because it's too hard to keep clean. It takes up so much space. Annexing...
this is the Monster Ludi Party.
Annexing the United States, which would take its place as the third territory in Canada's backyard. After the Yukon and Northwest Territories, Nunavut did not yet exist, in order to eliminate foreign control of Canada's natural resources. Ending crime by abolishing all laws. What the fuck?
Oh dear, I mean, quite literally, the one thing I love about the Monster Ludi Party is the names of because the names of the party runners are brilliant, like Lady Lily the Pink, Howling Lord Hope. It's brilliant names.
Isn't their current party leader a cat?
Yes. They believe running animals as candidate leaders.
Oh yeah, we've done that before. I mean, America's done a few times. They've had. What's one they had recently?
Donating a free rhinoceros to every aspiring artist in Canada.
I have the Count Binface manifesto from 2024. If you want to.
Oh yeah, Count Binface was brilliant. On TikTok, he was always a good laugh.
Okay, so his manifesto promises are all water bosses in the UK to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. The national service to be introduced for all former prime ministers.
Oh.
Wi-Fi to be Wi-Fi on trains to be introduced, and by Wi-Fi I mean Wi-Fi that actually works. Trains that work. The reintroduction of CFAX on British televisions, and I have no idea if anyone even remembers what CFAX is other than myself.
I'm old enough to remember it.
Right, so, CFAX.
This is a whole kettle of fish right here. How much time we got? Boss?
We have like 11 minutes left.
No, that's not enough time.
Oh.
CFAX was the internet for television before dial-up.
Oh, okay.
And it was called CFAX, as in C-E-E fax, because you see facts.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. Children in need to finally get around to fixing Pugsy's eye. European countries to be invited to join the UK, creating a new Union of Europe. Wallace and Gromit to be knighted for their services to Wensleydale.
It's true, actually. They actually managed to save the cheese industry. That's actually saved Wensleydale cheese.
Paste.
I pledge to build at least one affordable house for me.
At least one, maybe two.
Yeah,
for me.
Croissants to be price capped at £1.10 and 99 flakes to cost 99 pence again.
Good.
National Yorkshire Pudding Day to be a bank holiday, except for banks who have to work as normal. Loud snacks to be banned from all cinemas and theaters.
Good.
Agreed.
Wait, which one would that be?
What's that?
What would that be? Like loud snacks?
Potato chips, crinkling bags, anything involving loud crunch. I mean, popcorn's okay, but it's when people have like the big rustly bag.
Okay.
I mean, we're very strict. I mean, when Endgame came along, we were still silent in the theatre, apart from maybe the odd whoop. It was nothing like a full-blown football match or a hockey game. We were very polite watching it in the UK.
A new series of gladiators featuring the 90s gladiators against age-appropriate contenders.
Yeah, I'd see that.
I'd watch that.
Hey,
Ministers pay to be tied to that nurse for the next 100 years. Ministers pay to be tied to that of nurses for the next 100 years. Yeah, I actually think that should happen. Shops that play Christmas music before December to be closed down and turned into public libraries.
Yep, that'll be many of them.
Yeah. To combat the UK's increasingly wet climate, all British citizens to be offered stilts. A mini golf course at Richmond Swimming Pool to host the UK Open Championship.
Oh,
MPs to live in the area they wish to serve for 4 years before an election to improve local representation. This is actually just a good policy. I think should be implemented.
that is a very good idea. Like, I'm seeing like good ideas in here along with the jokes.
They all do that. That's the thing.
Yeah. And the thing is, some of them do get picked up by other political parties.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of these candidates, is to do that. The hand dryer at Gents Urinals in the Crown and Treaty Uxbridge to be moved to a more sensible position. And
Yep,
Count Benfist to
It's already
officially
actually
represent
got done.
I believe it is actually, yes. And Count Benfist to represent the United Kingdom at the Eurovision Song Contest in 2025.
Oh, because he's a DJ, right?
Yeah, probably. But also because no one in the UK gives a shit about Eurovision. Like,
Some do. Just
no, it's an excuse to get drunk.
yes, it's an excuse to get drunk and watch people sing. I mean, the worst was a couple of years ago. They had one. It was they'd all the tunes, all the music was out of tune. It was horrendous. They had so you bring up actually some of the members of the official Monster Raven Looney Party because it is insane with some of this. I mean, if I had to go to the get involved section. So by being a member, you are playing your part in helping secure a future Looney Party government. With your membership, you get some Looney badges, a Looney rosette, a certificate of insanity, and our thanks.
Yep.
Good.
Try to see some of the names because remember we had Howling Lord Hope was one of the more famous ones, and they always had ridiculously huge rosettes. Then there was Lady the Pig, who managed to beat the Conservatives, I think, up in Merthyr Tydfil a couple of years ago.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, like, chat, I want you all to understand, like, politics, there is a way to take the piss out of politics. There is. But at the same time, you do need to pay some attention to what's going on. And, because, like, people that didn't, this is why we got Trump again. Like, people weren't paying attention. And it's very much like, because this is why, like, I'm not getting mad at Americans. It's why, like, I'm telling, like, all these people that are coming to me and apologizing, like, you guys don't need to say sorry to me. You guys just need to pay better fucking attention. And, like, as my one friend explained it to me, like, well, how the fuck am I supposed to do that when I've got, like, 300 things bearing down on me? I can't research. I can't look into things. And I'm like, no, that's totally fair. But now we're seeing the consequences of people not paying attention. And how it's biting only America in the ass in the long run. Because, like, Mark Carney's first stop when he was the few days he was prime minister before he dissolved parliament today was he stopped by France and the European Union and the UK and essentially was like, yeah, no, here's a trade deal, here's a trade deal, here's a military agreement. Oh, thanks Australia for the new radar stuff that's 6 times more advanced than the US. And hey, yo, British King, maybe you should pay fucking attention to what's going on in the world when you're congratulating a guy who's trying to fuck over your Commonwealth.
No, they're trying to bring him into the Commonwealth.
Don't forget the addition of spread of misinformation. Exactly, Em. Exactly. And it's coming down to just like these far right conservative movements are now losing steam because everybody's seeing what they do now. We have the perfect example. And it's televised to the rest of the world to see what they do. They did, like, the reason why people are like, well, why didn't Russia, like, overthrow Putin? Like, why didn't we see any of this with, like, Putin? Because he has controlled the media over there. You don't get to see it over there. And in fact, in America, you're not even seeing the Veterans March. They have not televised it at all. Even though hundreds of thousands of fucking veterans marched out.
Yep.
And the only people that are showing it are online. Like, I know, like, T-Com would have spayed and or neutered me if I didn't bring it up.
No, you're fine.
Put the scalpel down.
There's Trump also trying to get CNN and MSNBC made illegal.
Okay, let's put it this way. I'm probably going to have to double check a lot of stuff with me as well. Because if you criticize the president, you will not be let in. Which is a big one for me, as I'm coming in on a K1 visa at some point if I pass the interview checks.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not big enough to be on their radar.
No. Just more that anything that I discuss, I can't have anything on my social media pages
Oh, that's fair.
that criticize the presidency.
Yeah. It's why my wife has made a prediction that come the summer, if things don't improve for America, we might not see an America as we know it today. Like, it might change drastically and dramatically in such a way
Just
that,
think,
like, in such a way that, like, for the 90s, it was the USSR dissolving. The Union might
essentially
dissolve.
for us, it's going to be it's going to be our grandkids will come to us just to be like, Papa Boss, do you remember this year? And I'll sit down with my grandchester. Yes, little Jimmy. It all started with that damn fucking gorilla.
Ah, yes, I remember the day where they killed a gorilla because a mother couldn't keep her child in line. That was the dark day. The day the Avatar left us.
Yes, pretty much.
But, like, chat, there is precedent for this. Like, this is an Emperor Nero situation that we found ourselves in now. Where,
Happened to him?
what was that?
What was it that happened to him again?
He basically acted like how Trump's acting now.
No. That's not what I meant. No. What
Did he play a
happened to
violin?
Nero when- I think the only thing anyone remembers about him is his epic violin skills. Nothing else to do with the context. of how that concept
He
happens with
he
him.
faked his suicide, basically blaming everyone else for the things that he caused, and then went into hiding. No one knows what happened to him after that.
The violin thing is the myth.
Yeah, he didn't know how to do fuck all. He was an idiot. He very much like acted as he did now, like as Trump is acting now, and it's coming to bite Trump in the ass. Like, a judge literally just like gave the playbook on like how to deal with his fucking lawyers, and just like stare them dead in the eye and say, "You're an idiot. Get the fuck out of my courtroom."
I was gonna say, it also doesn't help the fact that his lawyers are bad, like at their job.
Yeah, they're
Apparently,
all terrible.
Because if they weren't, they wouldn't be working for him.
Yep.
Um,
And change will come. You will see it. It's gonna be a lot of pain, but like, hey, 1940s Germany didn't last very long, did it? Like, people are waking up to the bullshit. You just need
And
to...
maybe this is how we get a lot of the social reforms we needed.
Yeah, and again...
The description I heard about this, we are currently in what's known as the pullback. For every big step forward, there's always a big pullback to start it off.
Yeah. And we're in that time now, and it's not going to be pretty. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for a lot of you. It's why I'm trying to be that ocean of calm, but I'm also trying to be that ocean of realism for you. Like, guys, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough, especially for me. I'm very isolated from a lot of it, but it's going to be very rough.
I mean, Cameras is gonna be horrified by this next statement that I'm gonna make, but I was listening to a podcast in the UK that is done recently, and Alistair Campbell is saying that the left need to have more progressive policies at this point.
What?
Yeah, he thinks that's a winner.
Actually,
Wow.
correct. Like,
He genuinely is like, he's like, I think the left should be adopting like way more like socially progressive policies.
like
And I'm like, stop making me agree with Alistair Campbell.
my
I don't like that.
the problem with the NDP is that, like, they're losing support because they're not going left enough. And like, the reason why Mark Carney is getting people from the NDP is because he's just like, No, it's actually financially a great idea. Why haven't we done that yet? Because Mark Carty's not a politician. He's a fucking banker! This is his first time in politics. As a politician.
He's the former head of the Bank of England. That is involved in politics.
It is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
Just
like,
not the other bits of the politics.
yeah, not the
Yeah.
other bits. Hi, Camo Strike. But yeah, like, I'm gonna do my best to make sure, like, everything is still fun. We're talking about, like, games and stuff. And, like, pushing back, like, this idea that, like, gaming and everything is terrible. Because, like, I watched this one thing yesterday. I shared it on Blue Sky. I said it earlier in the stream. That a guy basically came into the streamer's stream and started, like, shouting off about culture war bullshit. Like, the wokes are ruining gaming. And he's like, shut the fuck up. Genuinely. No one cares. Like, just genuinely beating the guy down. Because, like, no, this is stupid. This is fucking stupid. No one gives a shit. Who the fuck cares if a character is gay or black? Who fucking cares? We're all here to have fun. Stop ruining it. And, like, I sat there, like, watching that, and I'm like, this man said, like, all the words that I've been, like, wanting to scream for, like, months. Holy shit. And he's much, like, more attractive and good-looking than me.
Should the missus disagree?
But yeah, no, my brain was just like, no, like, this man has a point. Like, who the fuck cares anymore? Like, even when they win, they can't be happy. They're so fucking pathetic. And no one cares. Like, genuinely. Like, you go outside and talk to people, no one gives a shit.
Watching them struggle at the moment to try to still claim that they're the oppressed group is it would be funny if it wasn't so pathetic.
Remember, they have to look weak. They have to look weak. They have to look like they're the victims to keep up that mentality. But anger and rage does not last forever because people get tired of being angry. Look at me. I got tired of being angry. And yeah, I still do get upset. I still do get angry. But, like, it's over legitimate reasons and, like, more just to do with my job than it has to do with anything else. So, yeah, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It's going to take a bit to get there, but I promise things will get better. But right now, do what you can. Don't cut yourself off entirely. Do what you need to do to, like, take care of your mental health. It's okay to take breaks. It's okay to take a breath. Don't cut yourself out entirely, because you need to pay attention. But, like, take care of yourself. And, so, before we go, I'll give you guys the schedule of what's going to happen this week. So, there's going to be 5 streams this coming week. I'm very excited. There will be a stream on Tuesday at noon MST time, where I am playing Halo ODST with Lost in Spiral and Penken Arts. Hopefully Penken can join us. And hopefully Pork and Dork can come join us too. The not safe for work 40k streamer. Woo!
Oh boy.
Hopefully she can join us. If she can't, whatever. Busy life. Wednesday will be more Mega Man Legends. Friday will be Repo with the Collab Den, which is Lost in Spirals and her group. Saturday will be more Mega Man Legends, because I'm really liking the game, I'm sorry. And then Sunday, at 1 p.m., I will go over all of my custom-made factions that I can remember from back in the day. Hi, Owl! How we doing? We're ending stream right away here. I'm sorry. I've been talking for like 4 hours. But yeah, like, Sunday streams are going to be more talking streams. There will be some gaming, but more around the lines of, like, talking and just being casual, you know? Talking about, like, whatever the fuck we want to talk about. With a focus on, like,
Also,
gaming and stuff.
I was gonna say also, folk, if you're trying to remember things, remember there is a if you're into 40k and things, there is a reveal stream on Wednesday.
Yeah, which will be fun. But as well, just to remind all of you, I have posted the new schedule. We are streaming normally now Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. That's usually what we're doing now. And I will try to be more active in my community. I will be. There is a new model coming along. It's a not safe for work model. So that way, like, you know, when I'm streaming with my not safe for work friends, it's not jarring to have, like, a sexy Lamia, a sexy Siren Kraken, and then there's just the mole. Just the fucking mole. Will I be posting that not safe for work stuff anywhere near this server? No. This is very much like a back-end thing for me to do on my own time. To make some extra cash. Because, like, you know, times do be tough. Which reminds me about, like, donations and stuff. We're still only 29% of the way to Warhammer 40k Fire Warrior, financial-wise, and nowhere near 15k for YouTube. So we gotta step it up. We gotta pump those numbers. Pump those numbers up! You know? So, like, do what you gotta do. Share the streams. Share the videos. Share them with your friends, your families. Annoy people on Reddit. You know, the good shit. Oh, shit.
Kidnap people and force them to watch against their will.
Come on, everybody. We want to see this mole suffer.
And remember, the new made-to-order video is out. Made-to-order. Tyranids. Like, I worked hard on this. I worked very hard on this. Look at that.
I would like to say I've been very much enjoying the made-to-order series. It is quite entertaining.
Yeah, the idea literally came to me from my wife and me talking in my office about, like, what the different kinds of drinks the 40k armies are, with, like, Space Marines being Gatorade, Tyranids being, like, Calypso Lemonade. And I'm just like, oh, that's actually a credible idea that I can use to work with.
That's a series.
That's a series! And I'll probably start
that's content.
I'll probably start votes on Patreon for the next Made to Order. And Made to Order does not have a release schedule. It comes out when I come up with an idea. Because, like, I need to be, like, in a particular mood to write that kind of script, right? Like, I wrote Made to Order Space Marines at, like, 1 in the morning, like, in a serious bout of just, like, fuck it. Like, the fuck it mindset. It's why the line "No one cares, Craig." That's where that came from. It's just like no one gives a shit. Because I had like that. Because I was thinking about like that yapper in my ear. Like the person's like, "Oh, but it's not competitively viable. It's not balanced." Shut the fuck up, Craig. No one cares. It helps to imagine a Leander.
That's not the point of introducing someone to the faction.
Yeah, it's just like that one fucking Leandros in your ear. Shut the fuck up, Leandros. But, yeah, so that's the plan from here on in. That's our new schedule for the next little while. There will be a new video this Saturday, which will be Dawn of War 2. I just need to make the thumbnail for it and then upload it to Patreon. And then after that, another video in April. Y'all are never gonna fucking guess what it is. Y'all are never gonna fucking guess what it is.
Mommy milkers?
No. But
I
do have a plan. I do have a plan to have Lost in Spirals and VRVT guest star in the video, only for like a few minutes or like a minute. But
Sisters.
No.
Have a snack, a slithery snack.
No, it'll shock everyone. It'll shock everyone, but
It's My Little Pony, isn't it?
no.
Slanesh.
Let's just put it this way.
Daughters of Cain.
Let's just put it this way. There will be an uncensored version on Patreon.
Oh.
Oh, 40k/5.
It's My Little Pony, isn't it?
It's
My Little Pony porn, isn't it?
No, it's not My Little Pony related at all. But yeah, so
Also, technically, it's called Clop, but we're gonna.
Oh god. Oh,
You know what?
God,
I now
no,
need
the
I now need to make a
memories just
challenge. I now
unlocked.
need to make a challenge. I need to organize something with you all later, or like the mods and like you guys. I really want to do like those PowerPoint presentation kind of joke videos, where it's just like either defend this or like what's something fucked up that you know from one of your fandoms, and just like
Oh,
make a
God.
PowerPoint.
Hello, the Transformers franchise here. Where would you like to begin?
Hi there, we have Starscream possessing a tiny child. And his plan is foiled because, and I quote, he forgot to raise her panties up after she used the bathroom.
We don't talk about Kiss.
Alright, but
We also have Ratchet and Megatron merged together. We also have Shockwave.
Just
Shockwave is just the
Shockwave
answer
and
to
Fabius
everything.
Bile collaborate often, it's great.
Oh god.
But yeah,
Oh god.
so... Yeah, that's the plan, and the Starscream part, what the fuck. Yeah, no, I still can't make sense of it. But, yeah, so that's the plan. I'll let you all know what's going on. This week, I'm gonna be working on a video for Lost in Spirals. By the way, her new video comes out this Friday that I worked on. I'll post it at the announcement board. But until then, everybody, you all have a fantastic night. I hope you had a great time. I'm very glad that these three gentlemen could join me, even if T-Com wasn't here for most of it. I'm still happy he could show up.
Touching grass.
He was touching grass, but I'm still happy he could even pop in and say hi. Very grateful. And I'm waiting to get a external hard drive, so that way I could download all my games onto that, because like I'm quickly taking up space on my computer right now. I need external stuff, and it's driving me nuts. But yeah, if you want to help me get those external stuff, please donate, please subscribe, please follow, please share me around. Appreciate you. And I will see you all on Tuesday when we drop into hell in ODST. Good night, everybody.
Love, peace, chicories.